broken baker, where crimes are baked in every show. Mysteries rise and truth unfold. And ready, set, it's time to go. We sing it's time to go. Whistling through this battering news, makes the story solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken, with a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like stone lights. We'll sift the blues to find the news, with a spark in our eyes. The broken rise, broken rise. Welcome to the broken baker. Get ready. Let's go.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you are. And talking about being whatever. Good morning, Jamie.
Hi. Happy Friday.
To you as well. And let's see if we can get back in the groove. Because I had a long week off and I am really feeling the jet lag. So when I start snoring, just mute my channel. Hello, Jesse and Reindeer. Mary Casey. It should be a full day today, and they might even go a little longer because, according to Bev, Higgins needs to be done by today. What that means, I don't know.
Yeah.
And the lovely Marissa has the back door if she needs it. Where's Guy? Fedorowski. Yeah, that was perfect timing. Morning, Snivels. And Helen from Holland. Guten Morgen. No, that's not what you say in Holland. I don't know what they say. I don't speak Dutch. Asia Stand. And Danny T. And Erin Olivia. Toy La Carissa. Happy Friday to you as well. And Lolita smiles. Kiska over at Valhalla's. Good morning to you as well. Yes, remember today is Valhalla's birthday. 25 years old.
Every day. Every day.
Good morning, Betsy. Yeah, it's Brian's Higgins testimony. Hopefully, no, we're going to find out his shoe size, his preferred sub, what music the band played, his degree in methodology. We won't hear anything about John O'Keefe. And he will forget everything when he goes on cross. Theme song needs a deathcore version. What kind of Scandi are you? Well, I'm Scandi catering to an American audience. Erin Olivia, leaving Wyoming, be home by Sunday. Hey all, have a safe trip home. And my leaving and going home really effed up. My body is still on American time, and that's a big body, so that's a lot of time. And last night I couldn't fall asleep, and then you all know what broke last night. I watched some of that, and then I slept for an hour for 15 minutes, and then I was up again till like 5 a.m. Slept till 11. It's been a mess. Did I bring back spray tan in a can to keep USA tan going? No, we actually have nice weather out, so hopefully tomorrow my kids are coming down and I will make my my porch ready so I can hang out on that and do my pre-stream naps out there to get some sun.
Aw.
Hello, Justin and Sebastian Müller. You definitely have no use for anyone's back door. She doesn't want to stream with us anymore, Jamie.
I don't blame her. Take a vacation, Marissa.
You never say to me I should take a vacation.
No, not you. You keep working.
Yeah, and this Sunday there will be The Barbarians on the Discord. The best action movie in history.
Oh my God.
You went all the way north in the country yesterday on a longer road trip to the Viking place of Avaldenes, but the weather turned out on us, so we just scouted and filmed other stuff. I don't know that town. I never heard about it. Gonna look forward to that. Hallo schöner, wie geht's? And Jess Rubio, good morning. And Christine, good morning. So good to have the dream team back. No, Marissa won't be joining today, so you have to be stuck with me. Hey, hey, hey. Hello, Peter.
Hi,
And
Peter.
Weinzilla infused. I want to know why he destroyed his phone on a military installation. Because there was a health and safety directive saying that because of the metals on your phone, you should do it on a government installation because they have lower EPA regulation than the society around you. It's a totally reasonable. I was watching some other streamer saying, well, I think Jane McCabe did a great job 75% of the time. And I thought, I should stop drinking because I saw a woman absolutely mess up 95% of the time, being combative and disagreeable. But what do I know?
Oh yeah, she was awful.
Yeah. Just wish we could jump straight to cross, but guess we need to hear about Higgins' favorite drink and the weather. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that. Could we just skip Lally?
I know. It's just so pointless.
And yes, we are dual streaming as always with the lovely Valhalla. He has his electric fence up now. Now we just need to train the goats of what an electric fence does.
He has an electric fence for his goats.
Yeah,
Oh, that's funny.
yeah. I'm home already. I've been home for 2 days now. The first Solomon question yesterday about pregnancy and baby daddy unaliving, crazy stuff. Yeah, it's Lally's questions are stupid. Hey, Adelaide Les. Oh, she's joining us just before she goes to bed. Mm-mm-mm. It's where they filmed part of the Viking village and the Viking series. That Kattegat thing. I'm spending the day in a hospital bed, heart and kidney. Looking forward to a day of trial watching with you. Speedy recovery, brother. Hope all the best for you. I had a heart scare a few years ago. That's not fun. I still have trouble with after my last election campaign. I have trouble with some of the muscles. They claim it's not the heart muscles, so that's a good thing. But I still get chest pains. So and after my dad died from a heart attack, that scares you. Look who's here. Good morning, Bacon Jimmy. What do we think odds are Higgins doesn't show? Well, he must show. He's a federal agent. He can't plead the fifth. He can't run away. And my biggest thing will be how many people will be disappointed today because everyone think Higgins flipped. But if Higgins flipped, the state wouldn't bring him. And I think he'll go on there and talk about. We saw yesterday that there was a supplement to Discovery about him and some medical papers. If that's a way to sneak out of testifying, I don't know, but I think a lot of people will be disappointed because they thought Higgins would be coming on and blowing the case wide open. And the problem is he's still on the state side, so I don't think so.
Well, it sounds to me like they want to bring in medical records, not
Yeah,
him.
but that could be to say he got bitten by Chloe. It could be that he has a
He's injured.
medical condition making him unable to testify more than 5 minutes at the time. It can be everything. We don't know what it is. This is the worst part about this case is there's so much speculation going on. We don't know, and
Mhm.
we are all wanting to know because There's so many whys and hows and what in this case. And we still haven't heard anything about how John O'Keefe passed away.
Or
We
the
are
evidence
17
that Karen
days in.
Reed is the person that did it.
Yeah. Hey, T for two and Bully Mom. Welcome, welcome.
Hi,
It's about
Iris.
halfway to Bergen from Stavanger. Okay. He did not destroy his phone on the base. There is a cell phone store there. Oh, so he went to trade it in. Yeah, let's hope Happy Higgins stays. Yeah, they all did. And they didn't know this phone would get wiped. How should anyone in police or law enforcement know phones got wiped when they turned it in? Hey, KDP. Oh, the staff
Brian,
toasters are amazing.
Brian Albert upgraded. Brian Higgins was the one that went to the military base.
Yeah. We need to figure out, did it snow? I couldn't figure out bingo cards. I need better skills. Your goats jumped the electric fence. Yeah, goats are big jumpers. You just use an electric string. Of course she will, and but I didn't notice this because I was kind of tired. The last day in court, people were talking about she all of a sudden changed her demeanor and was very pro defense. I don't know.
I mean, she was letting Alan Jackson get some zingers in on Jen, but I don't think it's any different, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably there's a reason why he can't sit still and think. Hey Lynn, how you doing? Hello TVR. Good morning to you as well. Look, I put up the flags you gave me.
Where? Oh.
And I have my Tennessee glass right over here too. And my Knoxville Avenue. I put up a lot of stuff.
Hi, White Rabbit.
Hey K Square. I'm tired today, but hopefully trial will be interesting. So, but other than that, we have a great one. The weather is kind of good here. It's not too hot, but I have to have the doors open in the next room to get some air in. We do know the Alberts are innocent and everyone barely knew each other and they all love John so very much. Exactly, none of your business. That's the only thing we know now.
Yep.
Did I say start without you? Hey, Brandon, I saw you lurking in other people's chats, so just because Jamie treats me like an offhand, left-hand wife, as we called it back when the Royals had them, you don't have to do the same. I need some love and priority. I know you bought your wife gifts the other day, but where's my roses? Ain't no roses without thorns. I'm a man who's easily scorned.
So dramatic.
Brandon saw another guy and he started running. So now I'm here, silently humming. Thank you so much for the super chat, Brandon.
Brandon. Good to see you. Happy Friday.
Yeah, give Valhalla some love. Valhalla Vision from Volstrom. Yeah, if you want the full Dollywooding, you have to go join Valhalla. Hey, Maria. I got that Macomba coffee at the airport. Better than Starbucks, I have to say.
Oh boy.
Ralphie.
Morning, Maria. Hi, Ralphie.
I'm almost caught up.
Almost.
Yeah. I hope the jurors are seeing what we're seeing. That's always the problem because we have this group talk going around right now. We are 95 people combined, and we can see stuff because we talk about stuff, but they can't discuss it. I bet they do. They can't watch coverage. I bet they do. But yeah, I hope they see the same as us.
Yeah.
La Combe is yum. Well, a cafe latte is a cafe latte. It's just not. It just don't taste as burnt as Starbucks. How did you know I bought flowers? We were talking everything but flowers. Where's the camera you installed? Or are you going to make me search? Well, you need something to do over the weekend. And Brandon, I know you can't tell by looking at me, but I've been a man for 27 years. And I know we will ask everyone for a good recommendation for a present, and then we'll buy flowers because we can't be bothered.
Because it's too easy.
Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, the fan is on high today, but they talked about fixing the air condition in the room. My biggest fan has arrived. Hey, Ted. You can reply to super chats. I don't know.
Yeah, you can. Look at that. How fun is that?
How?
Everybody's doing it, and it looks cool.
Well, I can't figure out how.
You go. There's a little.
I see a thumbs up.
Yeah, click
can't hit
the little bubble, the little thought bubble, and then it goes right to where you can reply to Brandon.
Well, I can't see that. And I can't hit the thumbs up either. I can hit this like a 2 next to the thumbs up, and I hit that, nothing happens. Maybe it's because I'm in this end. I can hide people.
You have to go to.
I am on the. Well, I'm in the YouTube
in
studio.
the chat, like in the chat, not in the. Because if you pull it up on where.
Can I do it on this one? Oh yeah, I have to be over on the YouTube thing.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to put the user on timeout. Brandon hasn't done anything bad yet. Well, you people have fun with that. That's a cool feature, especially because sometimes we're sitting here and we have 45 conversations going on at the same time.
Always.
So nobody will exploit this free lightning rod feature. No one will go in and say anything bad.
Mm-mm.
But you still can't tag people from a pop-up menu in the mobile app. Thanks, YouTube. Yeah, that's stupid that you can't do the add Brandon and talk to him.
Yeah.
I actually, after experiencing it in the US, I would love to have some kind of fan in this room as long as it's not noisy. Because again, I'm sitting in a room and I can't have doors and things open because of noise. Definitely what they put in when the viewer count wasn't working. Oh yeah, we had those days where the view count was 2 and you suddenly saw chat going like normal. It says I have to pay $2. Oh. Yeah, I think you hit the wrong one because one of them said, "Do you want a super chat?"
Yeah.
You're unmuted.
You have to click the reply button on the super chat in the chat. If you try to pull it from the top, it makes you buy one.
Big ass fans. Yeah, but again, YouTube wants to make money.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni.
Is audio going through, Jamie?
I hear it. Yeah.
Go on there, give your attendance, and shall be
Great.
heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
Thank you. We will.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Al Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my
No, her name is
instructions and
Canton or
discussing
something like
this
that.
case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday?
Morning,
Everyone said
Renee.
Yes, and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My
Okay.
apologies.
Why are we starting with again?
Because here's the problem we've found out is Beverly doesn't let them usually do stuff in the morning if she comes in.
That's because
She
she's
usually just
drunk.
comes right to the bench. And then she gets an attitude when they want to like have a sidebar.
Shouldn't she be asking the first question in the negative? I don't know. I don't do. I'm illiterate. Hey, bad dog. Well, they can't be bothered, Wallstrom. It's kind of like, yeah, it's a day off. You know, like Valhalla said, the bot light is flowing and the stuff just happened. Who's going tubing?
I love tubing.
Yeah, you heard a rumor. Well, we just know there is something about Brian Higgins' medical records. That's what was on that piece of paper. On that paper was also an enhanced video. And we don't know if it's from inside the cop car or that shot from the dash cam seeing Karen's case. Jamie, do you know what there's an absolute lack of in this picture?
What picture?
On the screen, Jamie. Try to watch the stream.
I'm just listening right now. Hang on. What?
The lack of donkeytude.
Well, we.
Yeah.
Oh, does it make you so sad?
Yeah. I can't watch it on Twitter and I can't laugh at it on in the press box. Yeah, the first question should be before I bring the jury has either side
Exactly.
anything to bring up. That's the first thing you ask. We've seen this in a million cases.
She just runs up on the bench, calls the jury in, and then gets an attitude when they need to like talk to her about something.
Please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr. Brian Higgins to the stand.
Oh, he's been in and out. I think he might have some medical issues. Good morning, genitals. I missed you while I was away.
Promise with the undershirt of the court and jury in case I'm here and should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your
Boss
last
will
name?
be.
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins,
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
You don't have to lean in.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long?
Yeah, Standing Stone, I kind of agree. That body type is, I bet you he supplement a bit because with a neck like that, even though he's fat, I'm fat too, but I'm kind of have muscles underneath it. I bet you he'll have a little of the special creatine in him because he watching them at the bar. He's a guy who likes to be the big one.
Were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017. I purchased that house and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you...
If, like me, you're a fat guy and you build muscle under, you just become big and fat. So yes, it's more the size of his neck, and you can see his traps are big. That's he's roughly the same age as me, 27 a couple of times. And if you can keep that shape, you must be juicing because I know how hard it is just to keep muscle on, especially built like him and I. He would have turned floppy in his age.
Sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, but specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General.
It was a cop.
Then it would
died.
probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Everyone has been questioned.
Speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And
What is this "my sister died" story? And why is he crying? What? What? How is this relevant? My sister died, so I got an office at the Canton PD. What? Why are we talking about? Yeah, the ATF guy is gonna cry on stand. And did anyone notice he said Brian and Kevin Albert were his friends? Brian Albert testified, "Yeah, I kind of knew him. We weren't friends."
Yeah.
were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be
In the bar video, when BA talked to Karen Reed, he acted weird. Watch for it. Let's keep that in mind. And I just got an idea. Will they try and talk as little as possible with him from the state side to try and get him out of there fast? I think we're moving really fast.
I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how did they come to be in New York City?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, you know, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
But
Now,
not
as
drunk
far
driving
as,
in your own car.
vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work in the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes,
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes,
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Lally has been asking more direct questions with him too. He sounds nervous when he shouldn't be, since I'm sure this isn't the first time testifying. Yeah, it's a total shift. Maybe Bev told him, get on with it. But this is a total shift in how Lally asks questions. I don't know,
Yeah, because
but
she's moving along.
maybe that's it, or maybe it's just he's afraid what comes out of his mouth. I can't tell. But not watching it for a week, I see his way of asking has changed.
Again, it was dark. It could have been around in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the Waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come into the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes,
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with that?
Casually,
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the
No.
course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant,
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect identification and defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Mr. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time.
What? So he knew John O'Keefe.
And-
Or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to the occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them in other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this. As far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or various?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received this contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone. John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of the coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
System.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy?
Yes,
Is that a place that you've been to before?
yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw, with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point,
Are you familiar with the glasses they use, sir?
Well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I
did.
check out
I don't
every
know
glass
that if
glass.
it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversation did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
At this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well.
And do you recall what you meant as far as that text message or why you would send that?
To be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now,
Sir. Well, isn't a flirty text?
Well, depends on
If-
what's
if-
going on.
Jamie, if I jumped in your DMs and said, well, would you say, he's flirting with me? Or would you say, what?
Well, I want to know the context of like what was going on, sir. I want the details.
What? Come on now. It's a flirty text. The text, Jess Rubio, was, well, that's what I would write that's one of those texts you'll send in 4 a.m. to a girl you know might be a little loose on it, and she'll write back, "Who dat? New phone."
Hmm.
Hey, K. Marshall.
Hey, commercial.
It's I shouldn't have known it was that easy to flirt with American women. I thought you had to say, "Oh, so what do you like?"
around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, well, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step.
Yeah, like,
At some point
wanna
over the
know
course of the
more.
evening, while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion?
That's the entire text. We were told that at the pre-trial hearing. That's the entire text is well. So yeah.
Well, I'm wondering if they'll get into some, but probably not. Who knows?
Yeah.
Question is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's Pizza Shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
Well.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34th Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so, when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed,
Red on red, I
any
think it's going to
observations that you
burst.
make in regard to
Yeah.
what they were
Thank
drinking?
you, Guna.
I think John was having beers, his typical, what I would see him with. And The defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked.
Why do you plow a driveway as a little smart ass when there's another car in front of you? I don't get that. That's just a stupid guy pushing snow behind another car.
And,
Doesn't make sense.
Do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
None of them make sense.
No, and there was a car in front of him. It's just stupid.
So Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your
Why
Jeep
did
would point
no one see that
I
car?
believe that'd be going towards
Oh, the
Chapman
style.
Street.
And so
Yeah, that's
the front
weird.
of your vehicle was
Yeah.
closest to the house. So the driver's side or passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
You parked along the front of the house or with.
This photo is, I believe, from later in the day after. But I'm not sure because we've never been told when this photo is taken, which is a big problem to me because this doesn't show anything at the scene. They could just as easily have taken a summer picture and put it up there. But they want all of this snowbank be invisible in this picture to make the jury believe that there was like, I don't know how many feet, 3 feet of snow on the front. This
Thought there
photo
was
isn't
12 feet.
yeah, this snow isn't anywhere near representative of how it was that day. This is what I would have objected to because this is a misrepresentation of the facts. But they never claimed this is how it looked on the day. They just said, is this a representation of the house as you remember it? And then they put up the massive snowbank. And Jamie, do you remember they said they always use the front door?
Yeah,
What's on the steps up to the front door?
all the snow.
Why have all the snow on the front door when you use it all the time? Wouldn't you clear that as the first thing? The back door is open.
Yeah, for sure.
Bright like a good open back door.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house. You do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the first plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert.
Another question. He's been to the house once before. He walked into the house. He's not sure that the Alberts were in there. Do you normally do that at a house you don't really know people? And do Chloe, the wonder dog, think, guests coming over, I'm going to lay down and sleep on the other side?
I don't know, man.
I'm caught in a trap.
Junior was right there, and again, flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, float in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, as far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what if any familiarity or what if any background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period
Valhalla was in the Navy.
In the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No.
Did you go upstairs at any time?
No.
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
No.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And
I believe Nicole Albert talked about having vodka at the house, but I might be mistaken.
when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was
Yes.
the snow sticking to or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something?
No, the trial has been really interesting as long as on the cross, but the defense is the state isn't running a trial against Karen Reed. They are running a defense of the Albert's residence, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
Zero.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then?
Oh my Lord, Nally.
Probably
come
like a foot or
on.
two.
What are we
And
talking
as far
about? A
as,
plow?
Following that,
Yeah.
you pull away from the house, is that right?
Why?
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle?
He believes he left 12:30 to 1 o'clock, sometime around there. So if the state theory sticks, he should have seen John O'Keefe outside the house, because that should happen somewhere between 12:15 and 12:25, I think is the timeline. But the timeline is all messed up because in the beginning they had her doing it at 12:45. At that time, she was in and had been in John's house for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So-
Well, he
so
said in
it's-
his opening statement 12:45.
Yeah.
So
Again, the
I don't
timeline
understand.
just doesn't add up.
I know.
You recall.
I do not recall.
Yeah, he should have seen the
Now, you
body.
leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared.
Allegedly, she parked at the driveway, which she couldn't do because there's a truck there now, which no one else saw before this trial started. Then she moved up 2 to 3 car lengths to the flagpole. Then she made a 3-point turn, according to Matt McCabe's first testimony, which he then changed to no, she just went straight ahead. Again, no one knows what happened in this case.
Cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night, so that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's 2 bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those 2 vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a...
Well, again, there's 2 different stories of why he went to the Canton police in the testimony. Either he was doing paperwork or he was moving a car. Now he's moving a car. And this is the big problem. We know all of this because we've been reading all of this. But the jury doesn't know that. I hope Cross will be good.
The law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take it back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the 2?
So if you come in, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch. Is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with 2 glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station? Do you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And
Thank
why
you,
had you
Senator
left the key in
Stone.
one of the vehicles in the office?
Yes, she
So
did
as I stated
great
earlier,
job.
I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it
Hey,
dragged on
Raiders.
forever. But I think I did what I typically do
Hello, Raiders.
after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up the phone, or who was calling you with that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And
Why
you
would
mentioned first with
Berkowitz
Chief
call
Berkowitz,
you?
Did
Did
answer
he know
chief's
you
call
were
at
at the
that time?
scene?
No.
And was
Yeah,
that
that's weird.
abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with
He
each other.
wasn't working.
So I just kind of like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like that kind of caused me some concern because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did you say?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
Yeah, that's hearsay.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any
Was
phone
that Jackson
calls
I
or
heard?
conversations with anybody during that time period?
Sorry?
No.
Yeah, it's
said,
going to
was
be
that
AJ.
Jackson,
You talked to
I
Brian
heard?
Albert on the
Oof.
phone at any point
It's going to be
from the
AJ.
time you left his home to the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call.
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to
227, 224, I believe.
starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian. I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
I still don't get that
And,
donut thing in a frozen
as far
car.
as the house when you come in,
No, this is a personal, it's a private, again, and he just walks into the house when he arrives, but he's only been there once. And they were friends, but
similar to the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
If sustained, you can ask it differently.
CJ, everything from a dust until 4 feet of snow on him is how I've heard it from different witnesses.
Yeah, exactly.
It's distraught because he was found on the lawn, not because he was dead. He went because he was called. Yeah, but still, if Jamie called me over to her house and said, "You better come to smell this vanilla scent," I would go over to her house and I would knock on the door and wait to be let in, especially because I've never been there before.
Yeah.
And because there's a 70-pound German Shepherd on the other side, I would never walk into a house with a German Shepherd if it didn't know me. The experts have 2 dogs, and they're super friendly and really want to talk. But still, the first time you walk in there, you see those big dogs, you're kind of like, oh. And every morning when they came down and greeted me, I was kind of like, okay. Especially a brown dog. He has the heaviest head on a dog I ever felt.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
During the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're you're in the house. Do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it's,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
Yeah, they never showed up. So everyone else saw them at the house, but he didn't look out the window. And he texted John later. Wouldn't he have said, that's weird. I thought John and Karen was coming over. And then Jen McCabe said, well, I saw the truck outside 5 minutes ago, but they're left now. They probably went home. Wouldn't that be a normal conversation at a house? If we had sat in the front room in a house, and even if I had the back turned, and I was flirting with one of the people I wanted to show up there, and they didn't show up, would I just say, well, they never arrived? Or would I have said, wasn't Karen and John supposed to stop by? Why did you text him if they never showed up? And wouldn't it be normal to say, oh, well, I was kind of hoping to lay some pipe on Karen tonight, but she's not showing up, so I'm going to drive because I have to move a car at the police station or maybe file some paperwork. I don't know. I'm going to change my statement later. And wouldn't someone have said, well, that's funny because they were outside just 5 minutes ago, but they must have driven home. Oh, well, they never showed up. I might be wrong again. But wouldn't that be the thing you do, especially when you were flirting with her an hour before?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you have done that, Jamie, if you was expecting Karen to come over because you would like to rattle the tuna can? To say, oh, I thought they were supposed to come over here. Weren't you talking to Karen about showing up? Wouldn't you have asked those questions?
Yeah, I mean, Jen probably told him they were on their way over. But remember, everybody in the house said they didn't know except Jen and Matt, which is weird to me.
Yeah, because everyone at the bar knew. It's one of the, again, it's just one of those things.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that time?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And why would you go to
And
the
after
police
you
station?
left the police
You had
station
nothing
that
to
day,
do
where
with
did
it.
you go from
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers in law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with.
Julie, no, it's been the same as always. Totally scripted. He knows exactly what to say. There's been some things where I've gone, what? But Cross will be the best.
Text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And
Yeah, don't waste your time, Julie.
how did you
Start from
what
here.
sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies. And I believe that the format would be the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, who's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now,
Thank you, though.
with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
Exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic, if you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him.
Now we're gonna come
What I
to
gave the
the
troopers was
affair.
exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
This, yeah, it's weird that he gave them screenshots and everything on their phone. He should just give it to them and said, do the Celebrite and then give it back to me. He's a law enforcement officer. He knows how it works. And remember, Celebrite is really, really useful when the law wants it, but not when Lally
So I'm going to
can't
show
use it.
you two documents. One, one's 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. You can just look at those briefly and familiarize yourself with them. Look up them.
Yeah.
Do you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that? again?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes,
Almost introduce in a minute.
okay. So we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one. Thank you.
Yeah. It could be real fun if they had that. But now we're going to get into the affair that they had.
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first towards the mark of Exhibit 103.
Yeah, because they had an affair.
Is that the communications or text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you. So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have
that-
been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, we're the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th or 7th. And I shot him a text and said, "Do you want me to clear the driveway for you?"
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go
Aren't
over
you
there for the
sweet?
Patriots game, prior to that,
Yeah, you're a good guy.
had the two of you had any conversation or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch it?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season.
Yeah, this is the big problem. Everyone should be conflicted out of anything in this case, but everyone stayed in the investigation. And again, that alleged affair is a kiss on the cheek and in a garage, a visit to his house that went to nothing. And that's it so far as we've been told so far. But it was him who tried to get back with her. that night he was flirting. The good old well that really turns the ladies' panties moist.
Jesus Christ.
Do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that
Well, she did
stopped
visit
by?
him.
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you got
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran. I never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother, and then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
Yeah, start crying, you
Defendant Reed, was she there as well?
POS.
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the Hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you
I'll allow it.
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page. Now.
Which one is
Can you
it?
repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
So I would direct your attention to, right about there, which says Sunday, January 16th. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break.
So you were pissed off your mind, drunk, and broke his nephew's video game, and now you're crying in court because it was so fun and so. How can this be? I just spent a week with a cop from Las Vegas. Absolutely a funny gentleman. It seems if you go to Massachusetts, every cop is at least a part-time alcoholic. What the F is going on in this trial?
I don't even understand what he's even talking about in these text messages, Lally. Come on.
Yeah, he's drunk as hell, and he drives everywhere because it's okay to DUI in a private vehicle if you are fit. I'm pretty sure it'll get on your record anyway. And now he's sitting here trying to cry because his nephew. And then he reads a message that I was so drunk I trashed your nephew's computer game. I blame Karen. Go F yourself.
Your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit?
Seems like someone has a little of the testy.
And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then-
particular conversation?
It appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
Yeah, and he drove. Yeah, it doesn't matter because it was in a private vehicle. Everyone should remember that when they're pulled over and saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm using the DEA rules or FTF or whatever department he's part of."
And again,
You
Mr.
can't be
O'Keefe,
drunk in a
based on your
private
recollection
vehicle.
and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again. No.
Well, apparently
Just
she
proceed,
did,
John.
and there's text of it. Yeah. Well, I could do it.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and speak.
Yeah, please approach and go into, because now you want to go into Karen had an affair. CJ Lorraine, yeah, there's no snow. I live in the least snowed part of Scandinavia, and I see more snow on a regular basis than was in that video. So now
Oh,
she's
Lally
sending
is so
out.
boring. Oh my goodness. Like,
Yeah, maybe he's off his cycle of tea, choking up. Well, if you take too much tea, your estrogen level goes way up. So the jury just left. Still no audio. Why did the jury leave?
I have no
Why
idea.
is he rattled so much? Probably because,
He knows what's coming.
yeah, he's gonna hold up on cross against this. And so far, what did he say? She had a glass with him. So again, and I have my notes from. This is drink so far. I believe John had between 5 and 7 drinks and a fireball shot. And Karen Reed had 1 glass the entire night, maybe 2. That's all I had. And this is testimony that's 2 weeks old. They have a DUI case against her because they have an estimated blood alcohol percentage of something that's 132% inaccurate. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that.
No. They've not showed us one shred of evidence where she was just pounding shots that night and things like that they claim.
They claim she had 9 shots and that they had video evidence. An affair makes a chick an unaliver. Well, this is the story. Apparently, she got so mad that he might have kissed someone in Aruba that I don't know her. She might be chasing a little tail. Who knows? Because we know they had little rough patches in their relationship. Who doesn't? And we don't know John per se, other than what we hear in court. And everyone's a saint when they're dead. She might have been out sniffing and seeing if the grass was greener, but she didn't stray that far. She might have given him a kiss on the cheek in a grass, saying, "I know where the cameras are." And she might have been to his apartment once. I think that's the extent of what they put into the grand jury testimony is what we have. We don't have a wall of text talking about how she was rattling the tuna can, thinking of him. It might be there. It might come in now. We haven't heard, "I'm going to leave John. He's such an a-hole. John treats me real bad. I'm going to unalive him because he has a big trust for the kids." Oh, no, because she had the money. Again, why would an affair make her want to unalive her boyfriend? It's, again, I know all these people who really want to see her go to prison believes that's an indication of something. People do stupid shit. People sleep around. But if she has such a bad taste, she wanted a roided up alcoholic. Yeah, she should make better life choices. But to me, Why haven't we discussed 17 days into a trial, 45 witnesses into a trial, how John O'Keefe stopped breathing?
Mhm.
Not one witness have talked about it. It's just been everything was fine at the bar. Well, she was kind of a B word because she paid for everyone's drinks. She paid for everyone's food. She wanted to have a private cabin because she has a bad stomach. Nothing in any of the testimonies we've heard in the last 17 days shows any ill will towards John. The woman who was put up there to say, well, she was really mad about the kids, turned out to say she was mad about the kids, but thought he was a saint because he took them in, and she just wanted more time alone with him. Again.
And here's a thought.
Nothing.
We don't even know if this was an affair. Like, maybe her and John weren't even together for the moment. And she was just
Maybe
talking
he
to
had
this guy.
John with the plow and had argument about it and fought, hence he took the plow back to the station. A better explanation than her.
All right, so we'll be in recess.
Are they
Well-
taking a break?
Thanks.
A mid-morning break. There isn't even a description of any patterns of misbehavior or prior acts. There's nothing. Again, the entire story is she got mad at him in the car. Remember, the first theory was she punched him in the face with her tall cocktail glass that she smuggled out from the first bar because they absolutely don't have those at the second bar. And she was so hammered because she had 9 drinks. And then she made up an alibi by calling and cussing him out on the way to her home, and then started looking for him the next day because that's what all smart criminals does. Then they changed the story to say, well, he got out of the car, she reversed and made a 3-point turn and hit him, shattering the tail light and leaving him for dead. Then they went away from that theory to saying she moved up 60 feet, slammed the car in reverse, hit him with 24.2 miles per hour, not anywhere near the head. So he fell backwards and bumped his head on the ground, losing a lot of blood that wasn't on the ground. And then they went away from that again, and then they went back to it again. But they never, ever put down a credible reason why she would do it. Then they brought up the Aruba trip, that she was mad he was kissing a young girl a month before. I'm pretty sure if my girlfriend had seen me with a, how old was he? 24, 27-year-old girl, maybe hugging a little too close, a little too long, I might have been told, hey, mister, what are you doing? And if I had a girlfriend, and that girlfriend would have looked at that girl and said, I'm gonna go Irish on you if you don't watch out. It's not a big surprise she might have misunderstood something she saw around midnight in a bar in Aruba.
While John was plastered,
Lost.
apparently.
Yeah, he was so drunk. But, and again, maybe she looked at Higgins because John had a tendency to look on the other side of the fence too. We don't know. But again, that's the reason why she killed him a month later. It's because she was so upset he hugged a girl in Aruba. I think she said sorry for the next day. Yeah. Everyone that night said she was super sweet. They were too loving. The Kolokarkravich, the Greek couple, he got in trouble because he wasn't as loving as John was to Karen Reed. That's the testimony we heard the first week. Then we have this story about her slamming down 10 drinks, at least 10 shots. We know from witness testimony she was given 1 tall glass at the CJ something, whatever the name the bar was. And we now know from witnesses she brought that to the other side. No one said, and they haven't shown us videos because there was clear video of the exact spot they were at the bar, and we saw one drink being given to them. And she took that to the other side. Someone said he might have bought her a vodka drink, but they weren't sure at the second place. So that's why I don't even think they have proven DUI yet. So why, if she's not drunk, then you have to figure out why would she then do all the stuff you claim she did because she was drunk. And this case it's just stupid. It should never have been brought. And you know that chick in Aruba was dressed in a bikini. Well, it was at midnight, so she probably had like a sash around her waist. To me, none of these guys are that attractive. No, but the hard ones were the hard ones. I didn't know I'd like Valhalla that much until I met him in person. It's just sparks fly, you know. Yeah, and they found him on his back, but somehow his phone was under him. And remember, we turned him over, was said on the 911 call. Yeah, I think Higgins, from what we've heard so far, he's a high-functional alcoholic because he went home from a party, was home around 2 a.m., probably drank some more before he went to bed, alone in his house.
He said he did.
Sounds reasonable.
Yep.
No, we couldn't deny. The Valkyrie was a little upset, but she understood. It was just a vacation thing, and yeah, it happens. A girl doesn't kiss and tell, but there might be some lemming next year. Exactly. And when the pickings is slim, you take what you can get. That's why Diva ended up with me. Yeah, you just have to beat out the competition.
Oh my gosh.
But if no one else is around, she has to pick you. Yeah, because you give CPR when they are on their belly. Also, nobody noticed the smash in the head when he was on his belly. Well, Karen Roberts was the first person 16 days into the trial saying, oh, he had a slash in the back of his head. She was the first person to mention that 16 days into a trial. None of the EMTs ever testified that he had a 2.5-inch gash in the back of his head. But they exactly knew where they were when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Yeah. Because all of them are police officers. Brokeback Baker, exactly. I got my burrito stuffed. You only drink when you're alone or when I'm with someone. Well, is a snowblower really cheating if you don't take pictures? I've always said it's not cheating if your wife's in the room.
You always say.
I learned that from the White Rabbit.
Oh my God.
Why less and less sirens as the trials goes on? They must be testing emergency driver for alcohol levels. Probably. Bedste blev kørt over af en rensdyr, da hun gik for julebankospil. We have it in Danish too. Chickens in the chat. Chicken in it. No, that's not a chicken. That's a male chicken. What's the male chicken called, Jamie?
A rooster.
A rooster in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
But again, Jamie, 90 minutes of Higgins. What do you make of it?
I just hate Lally so much. I think I'm just so like
You
he's
think
all
he
over
is,
the.
and I brought this up on screen.
No. I know what you all wanted to say, but I gotcha. I mean, I don't really make much of him right now. Lally's just trying to skirt around all the things real quick, you know. So
Yeah, and what do we know?
He parked in
Again,
front of the mailbox. He said he did. All right, so we know that now. And what? They were in the living room looking at pictures.
yeah, because he was proud his son was in the Marine Corps. That's all
Okay.
we have from the Fairview. But then I start hearing all the other things. Ryan Nagel never mentioned that truck parked outside the house. None of the kids in that car saw that truck.
Yeah.
None of the people leaving the house talked about it. Well, maybe he was the first one to leave. We never know because everyone left at around 12:30. And then Caitlin apparently was the last one to leave with Chloe.
Yep.
But no one was at the house after 12:30. Well, maybe 1 o'clock, maybe 1:30. It's again this constant moving of the goalpost. And when you read the testimony, it comes off way worse on paper. And that's the thing where I think Lally was hoping that it would come off like it does in writing, but it's the same when you're texting someone, they can misunderstand it because you can't hear the tone of voice.
Mm-mm.
The state coroner blew off the dog bites and claw marks, saying it was blunt force trauma. You kidding me? She actually said blunt force trauma abrasions. That is because he knows he's losing this case. Well, then he shouldn't have brought it. He's costing the state millions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Adelaide. This is a good Christian channel, but I just have a few heathens in my chat. Can we all appreciate the bomb squad guy is a rage quitter? His colleagues must be thrilled when they get a call. Yeah. And he starts crying on the stand. He must really, yeah.
Well, they're really trying to push this like he was friends with John.
Yeah.
Thing.
And he might have been. But what a good friend shacking up with his girlfriend then. I don't know how it is in America. Well, I know you just tell ladies, well, and that means moisture o'clock. But
stop saying that.
But I'm pretty sure even in America it's frowned upon chasing your body's tail, girl's tail. I don't know.
Moisture o'clock.
Are you missing Marissa yet?
I always miss Marissa.
Mm-hmm.
But but there's nothing like you, Baker.
Well, I blame it on my slightly less understanding of the English language. Originally, you say there was no snowplow active on Fairview that night. The defense team discovered that was a lie and found a driver who did the plowing. Yeah, and that's when everything kind of fell apart. And that's why I keep saying, come on, people, a slip and fall. That had been the easy way out. They would have gotten the insurance money for the kids. Karen Reed would have been a crying lady, and that's it. And no one would have been in trouble. A slip and fall would have been so much easier. Well, there wasn't any federal investigation of corruption at that point. So, not that we know of. No, that's how I got my first kids. Well, no, that's not a bad idea. I was made out of wedlock. So, yeah, Baker the bastard. Why is Blogger getting 30 days? Who covered this case? It's a Turtle Boy went to prison for 30 days in a related but unrelated case. It was his former girlfriend who... I'm rolling back the clock. The state trying to put gag orders on him because he witness intimidated everyone in this case. They were told, abso-freaking-lutely not. You're not putting a gag order on him. First Amendment. Then they brought the witness intimidation charges, which they were allowed to have because they found a better judge. Then they wanted having him sent to prison, and the judge said, nah, that'll be a little too much. He just have to stay away from the people. Then he was brought back to court, and I can't remember, but it was. Oh, yeah, they tried to push some more on him. I can't. I'm blanking out. And then he was reprimanded by the judge saying you can't do anything illegal. And then the same night he got a text from his former girlfriend saying, "Hey, I'm being called to a grand jury. They want me to answer questions. You want to come over see this?" And as every stupid man sometimes does when tail calls you, say, "Okay." He went over there and then he got sent in the slammer for 60 days because he allegedly threatened her.
No, he allegedly DV'd her.
Yeah, and S8 and everything else. And we followed his hearing yesterday. The state has not followed the 3 orders to turn over evidence that the judge have ruled on. So far, so he ruled a 4th time. Mello, the lead, not an investigator, but the lead prosecutor in the case, is now sick, haven't turned over any of his paperwork. The only reason Kearney is in trouble with the law is because he found out so much in this case that they're afraid of him.
Yep.
This is your first case. If you're a juror, I'll be saying, what the F? Nothing at this time would make me say Karen is guilty. I have more points to show others did it. Exactly, Gil. But I always see us as very reasonable people. But again, this is a small town community, and we know from the B women that there is a pecking order in that town. It could be good for Karen because maybe people hate the Higgins and the Alberts and the McCabe's because they seem like being those social parasites who suck the life out of everyone.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Indigo. How are you? Yeah, I mean, they haven't showed
Luna.
bit of evidence
No.
that to prove any of this so far. It's just been a whole let's defend against our he's just defending the McAlberts right now.
Yeah. Yeah, they seemed like the mean girls. If you're not with them, you're not in. That's how I see them. And
Well,
that's
Jen, to me, seemed like the type of person that, she's like gonna control all of the situations. The fact that she's going around with all these people, meeting with all these people, wanting to see everybody's cell phones and screenshots, and she's running the show.
yeah, and the way she talked about Carrie Roberts, about how mean she was, and everyone was mean, and everyone is stupid, and you could be lucky that some people have met these people, and no matter what, will vote against them. So, but it's always a crapshoot when you have a jury.
Yeah, because you never know. They could totally have loved that lady.
Yeah. Yeah, because they might want to be in the in crowd, but again, the in crowd is dying out. Big Bri isn't a cop anymore. He moved. So she doesn't have the pull in Canton anymore. And the way she treated Carrie, I don't think Carrie loves her that much anymore because she was really mean. But it
Carrie
could just
seems
be
like kind of a bit of a biatch too, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but she seems like that follower biatch who tries to make fets happen. And she looks to me, she just seemed like she was afraid of going against McCabe. And why have we been on break for so long?
I took it more as both of them to me looked like they were those women that want to sit around and be like, oh my God, did you hear about this? Like,
yeah,
they're definitely those girls. So I don't think Carrie was scared of anything. I think she was right up there with Jen going, because I know he's really, because what was the statement? Oh, he really loves Amy, and
Yeah.
Karen's
She was
just
just a babysitter with benefits.
with benefits. Yeah. So
yeah, I bet you these two women, they go to the hairdressers twice a month and just sit there and gossip.
yeah.
Smoking those long, thin cigarettes. I don't know what brand they are, but you love Mean Girls, the movie. I never seen it.
Baker, I have to see Mean Girls. It's one of
Yeah,
my
I have to,
favorites.
but I haven't. Yeah, Virginia Slims, that's the name. They're just gonna sit there and oh, did you hear about? Oh, did you see her plants? Oh, like do you call that a rhododendron? I wouldn't call that poison ivy if I was her.
Yeah, but they just looked like two little catty women that.
I think we only have the more brand Slim. Don't you have Mistral, the French one? That was really popular with the girls back in the 90s in Denmark. I don't know why, but it was. You better try to stay friends with JJ, because the way she treats her friends, you don't want to be her enemies. No, exactly, because you end up in a courtroom where someone claims you did something bad. And she just seems like one of those girls who, if she can't be right, she will destroy everything. And she wants to have that perfect little life, where everyone has to look up to her, everyone has to agree with her, or she just get mad. That's, I don't know what you're gonna, other than the town B word. I don't know what to call it.
I couldn't agree more, Cindy. I think a lot of this testimony has come out like John. There's a lot of little ladies like running after John.
Yeah, and that's the thing. As long as a guy is single, a lot of women will be sniffing around the flower. They won't hit on it too much. Well, they will always be that more than just friends, especially if he has kids he's taking care of. But they won't close the deal on it because they don't want to take care of other people's kids. The second he shacks up, he's the biggest bastard of them all. He's an a-hole. And oh, did you know Cindy down the road? Yeah, you know that girl with the big poofy hair and the 90s fluffy bangs. I heard they had a good time one night. We're talking both second and third base. Third base is anal, right, Jamie?
What?
What? And they're gonna be sitting there with the Virginia Slims and say, "Yeah, I liked him before, but I didn't know he was such an a-hole, and he treats her so badly." Oh, did you know that? And the second Cindy's out of the picture with her fluffy bangs again, they would say, "Oh, he takes care of the kids so well. Oh, if I had been single, I wanted a guy like that because he's such a good guy. He's a great dad." And then he finds Tonya, Tonya with the weird bangs that's curled up, kind of like the Jews in New York. And then they go, "Oh, did you hear what he did?" I'm not saying he likes to go to Dollywood, but there's a water park there, if you know what I mean. And they do that, and then when he dumps her, they go back to, "Oh, if I was single, I would ride him like a bull in Texas." No, I'm just weird normally.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I know, Zach. He just went right. He went there. What are you doing?
Don't think about it. Third boy called Lally smoking in the parking lot one day. I imagine at this point he lights up 2 butts at the time when, yeah. I think that guy is highly stressed. And you can just hear, so what, if anything, did you observe?
He's so terrible at his job.
I've been single for a long time. I have kids, and I have had a lot of girlfriends. I haven't had girlfriends, but I have a lot of girlfriends who likes to hang out with me and the kids, and oh, they're so well behaved, and oh, it's so nice, and that's where it ends. No, nothing more than that. But they're really friendly. And then if you have something that might be a little more than friendly, they don't pick up the phone. They never text. They don't want to go out get an ice cream because, oh, I saw you being out with Lulu last week.
Lulu.
Yeah. She's nice, but I thought ball shirts was a thing of the 80s. But if you like that type, it's yeah. And it's just amazing a girl that young have that many wrinkles. But I hear she's a lovely person. I know women. I know that you just text them, well.
And then what? It opens the floodgates, right?
I'm just saying moisture o'clock.
Oh my God. Stop saying moisture.
And Cindy Lou, I know, won't go into it, won't bring it up. Oh, look who's here talking about moisture o'clock. Little D.
Don't do that, Danielle. Danielle, I've missed you.
And she's fine. I saw her a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So, moisture isn't as bad as moist. Well, one leads to the other, if you know what I mean. Have you missed me, Jamie?
Of course I have.
Not much. Higgins hasn't said much other than apparently if you're a federal officer, it's okay to drink and drive if you do it in your own vehicle, not in a government vehicle. And he's an angry gamer. He trashes controllers. Moisture o'clock is a part of Bollywooding too.
Stop it, Danny T.
I am sad. I'm my sleep schedule is really weird, so I might be a little off. But by anti-monkey butt powder, so I stay dry while watching Baker. Wow. Yeah, sloppy kissers. We don't kiss and tell. No. Oh, I'm a good boy. I don't do any of that. And don't ask Valhalla to talk about what happens when the sun goes down, because I won't.
Why do you call it monkey butt?
I don't know what monkey butt is.
I don't know why it's called monkey butt, though. It's funny.
Still wondering when Baker and Jamie are going to admit their love. We are actually.
Wait, what are you gonna say? Sorry.
We are actually the closest to being married. No smacks, and she yells at me all the time.
That's so true. That's so true.
So yeah, that's that's as close as you can get to being married.
can't take this.
No. I apparently can take all the abuse.
Wait, did I miss? What's monkey butt?
I don't know what monkey butt is. Why are you asking me?
I don't know. I was asking chat. I was just laughing so hard I wasn't reading.
So the husbands and the wannabe affair guy bumped the friend off because they are sick of the wives getting all moist over John. Probably. But again, I'm not sure Higgins likes women. I think he likes to grab assery. As someone said, if he's into glory holes, what side is he on? I am speechless. Sounds like marriage to Marissa.
Oh my gosh.
They are still on break. They have been on break for 35 minutes since the jury left the room. Somehow monkey butt and gorilla glue are things that exist. Yeah.
It's a brand of powder. Is that what?
I don't know. Why are you asking me? I live in Denmark. Yeah.
Oh my god. Marissa, please do. Tell him to stop it.
What?
He can't say it anymore.
Well, I didn't bring back that much money because I tried to spend most of it. So sadly, I don't have so many dollars I can put in a jar.
Oh my god.
Monkey butt is a butt cream. I thought, isn't it? If you have swamp ass, you can put it on. I needed some powder while in Paris. It was funny asking for some at Paris drugstore. A female clerk asked me if I needed help applying. Yes, please.
Oh my Jesus Christ. Look where you started, Danny.
I hate Paris. Monkey butt is lotion. Well, yeah, we lost like 10 viewers since we started talking about this. But, this is a full service channel. You get the 90s hairstyles and the monkey butt. In Tennessee, it is because it gets really humid down there. You love Paris? I've been there like 5 or 6 times. You can only see Les Champs-Élysées, Le Parc de Triomphe too many times, and then you go and say, I'll just jump off La Tour de Eiffel. I missed you too, Wanda Stevens. I shouldn't be this sleep deprived when I stream. I'm not bringing that up, Marisa. Paris is great in August. All the French leave. Yeah, but it's hot as everything. Food, wine, cheese, art. Yeah, and full of French people. Have you met them? Oh.
Oh my god.
I don't know why that's so funny to you, Jamie.
I just can't with you guys. Now we're talking about nut soup.
What?
Oh, freak.
I don't know why you find that so hilarious, Jamie.
I don't know.
It's actually kind of a problem in the hot time of year.
Oh my god, that makes me want to vomit.
Anything said in French sounds good. You can say bonjour, mon cher, ça va? And everyone thinks, oh, that sounds so cute. And really, you just said, hey, sweetie, how you doing? It's not like a, well, but it's kind of close. Tennessee tight tights underneath your pants. That's my recipe. Oh, I saw. I'd never seen those in Denmark. Underwear with peen in any of those.
Underwear with peen pouches?
Yeah.
Like the boxer briefs?
Yeah, boxer briefs, and then they call it a Joey pouch, where you stuff your junk in.
Did you get yourself some to bring back?
No, I didn't. It's called Nearly Naked or something. It felt weird. I was kind of like, but apparently they're really good. So I should have bought some of them.
You should have.
No buts about it, but it's fun tonight. Yeah, I should have. I have to find some. But again, probably need a certain length to get it into the pouch. It's a black thing. No, it was at. We were out there shopping for pants for me because, again, I'm built like an American. That's fat. And I was happy to go into a store and I could just pick up a pair of pants my size and they fit. Because there's nothing like slim fit or modern fit or whatever they call it in Europe. So, yeah.
What style do you like?
I like pants that's not too tight. So kind of like a cargo pant or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Anti-monkey pouch. Thank you so much, Wallstrom.
Oh.
Duluth Trading Company, buck naked underwear. Exactly, that's it. We were at Duluth Trading Company. I bought 3 pair of pants, 1 pair of jeans and 2 pair of cargo pants, and I paid 200 Danish more than I do for 1 pair of Wrangler jeans, which is the normal brand I use in Denmark. 200 more for 3 pair of pants than for 1 pair of Danish pants. That's stupid. Duluth everything because he's not small squares by the bullpen undies. Baker and Danielle went to an underwear store at the mall. No, I went with the White Rabbit. Me and Danielle went to Spencer's.
Spencer.
It was a surprise going into the back of that store. And the gifts he bought me, I thought, are you sure it's for men? But she said, yeah, all the guys use it over here. Yeah, and she told me, I think that t-shirt's too small for you. She's mean.
Oh, Danielle.
I think roughly 6.8 something. So I paid less than 1,000 Danish for 3 pair of pants, which seemed like a great quality. And in Denmark, a pair of Wrangler Arizona stretch is 750 kroners. So yeah, I won't set foot in Spencer's. If I had known the depravity going on in that store, I wouldn't either. Because remember, this is a good Christian channel. Well, it tries to be.
It tries to be.
Yeah, she took me to Spencer's. You paid for the NAM at Duluth Trading. The name? I just bought, I think it was Grid 30 or something they were called. Seems like great pants. Baker, to be fair, you thought Danielle needed an XL t-shirt. I never said that. I wouldn't imply that anywhere.
Oh my god.
What is Spencer? Spencer's is kind of like a mix between like a comic book store clothes thing. Like you have all these weird t-shirts with different comic book things, and then in the back there's a little adult entertainment section. Well, I told her that's OnlyFans only, and she said, "But I like it." And I said, "Well, you can buy the upgraded tier, so you can have a one-on-one with me on OnlyFans. Gotta make that money." Great. Thank you so much, Renee. Glad to be back. No questions asked. Well, I'm not planning on being back in the US within a year because in 9 months from now, I might have to show up in court. I didn't see those, Una. But if I ever come to Texas, you can show me.
Oh boy.
Well, I'm not sure that Lally, because yes, couldn't we have a sidebar? And then they went on a break, and that break have now lasted for 45 minutes. Kind of a novelty store. The one here is more like an emo comic book goth store, SM adult party favors. It's kind of like that, but Danielle is a punk rock chick, so she likes that emo things. No, this is the more they went on Sidebar for like 15 minutes. No, 5 minutes, and then yeah. Fast group, I'm not bringing that up. I don't have anything to say about that.
Oh, we're back.
So while the jurors are coming in, why don't I see counsel?
Because you couldn't do that during break.
I know. See what I'm saying?
Jamie.
And then she has the problem with everybody.
I missed how much I hate her.
Yeah, I did miss how much I hate her.
Talking about hating. Yeah. Hey, Valhalla.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey, Val.
Still morning. Good morning.
How we doing?
I have great news, sir.
The Dollywooding didn't hurt too much.
Well, it's not so bad once you get used to it. But I have all of my animals still.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And have they figured out what the sap is when they run into the fence?
Most of them, yeah. I got one pig that's really, really pressing my patience. But the goats, I think the goats have it figured out. There's one goat that, you know, if Animal Services finds her, that's on her, not me. That's all I'm saying. I don't know about fully awake, Heidi, but I'm closer than I was a minute ago.
Well, welcome back, Val.
Thanks, Jamie.
We've missed you.
I appreciate you ladies holding down the fort for us.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Well, you guys had fun.
We did have fun.
We were tormented.
You missed out.
I know.
You sound like you kept having fun after I left.
Oh, Jesus, man. I was working on that fence until 1 a.m. the other day.
Oh, Jesus. That's no fun.
No. See, the problem with replacing a fence with an electric fence is at some point you don't have any fence at all, and then you can't stop for a little while.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
That might be a problem.
It was a big problem.
But the goats figured it out and didn't go and run into all the time.
Well, they ran through it almost immediately. So I spent after the fence was complete, I spent the next 6 hours chasing them around and making them go back through the electric fence. But I think most of them have figured it out now.
I can just see you running around like an idiot.
I was using a 4-wheeler. I wasn't chasing them all over like that.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time.
That was nice of you, Bev.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks,
you're such a good
Bev.
woman. Have you been watching this morning?
I've only been awake for like an hour, but I watched the last part of Higgins.
Yeah, he's not doing good.
Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay? All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Great, they're going to give us a motive. Ooh.
Before you now, a separate series of documents, 18 pages in length, based on the history of references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Why?
103A?
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103. So it should be 103.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both Exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with Exhibit 104. Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the video on the screen?
Yes.
He wants a guilty verdict.
He wants a what verdict?
She wants a guilty verdict.
Oh, yeah.
But now we're going to get
Mr.
into all
Higgins,
the
what's up
SMIC
on the
stuff.
screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
I got here just in time.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and
That looked like what you brought to the house.
How dare you?
You said, oh, this is real strong, so you have to be careful.
Y'all, half the stuff I bought Baker last week, half of it got poured down the drain. He was like, I'm not drinking this.
It was only the Colt 45 I poured down the drain.
Well, it was a 40-ounce. It was a 40-ounce beer. That was half the beer.
Yeah. It's the weed whacker. What? Yo. I love it.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
He drank it in a paper bag and everything, guys. He got the full American
It wasn't bad.
No number, is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right. Which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes,
And so that initial communication you receive on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day
Still sitting on the counter.
in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street.
Special
I saw the
occasion
defendant
juice.
along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
No, I believe they are. That's why I hesitated.
Yes, he called her husband,
I-
her
Sort of in
husband.
the middle of the page, facing sideways.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames.
Just started.
And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
What? One of my bros got shot in the head. You guys should come. It's going to be fun.
And as far
What?
as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and gentlemen, if I could have that.
This is a spicy affair.
And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. And it's coming, if I could have that.
Circle of trust is what I call my secret group where we talk about everyone else.
And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that
He doesn't
that's
use
recent.
the microphone.
It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, long brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18.
Okay.
And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" Question mark. I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Ha ha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, "Ha ha."
Now, sir, is that the Saturday
Ha
night
ha.
that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over?
It's a weird
to
response,
at some
isn't it?
point for the
It
patron?
just is.
Yes.
And if I could direct
You
your
want to
attention
come to the movies on
next
Tuesday
page,
night with me?
21.
Ha ha.
Ha 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 ha.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, "John said Brian's being wishy-washy now," in quotes. I responded, "Ha ha, did you tell him you texted me?" The defendant responded, "No." And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, "You cranky now?" Question mark. Defendant said, "Ha ha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other." I said, "Name a few." Defendant said, "Name a few? I don't know. All of them." Question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Why is this dude a cop even in his like social
Sir,
interactions?
if I could direct your attention to page 20.
Give me names. I want information.
It's
Shut up, dude.
such a stupid conversation.
And sir, if I could ask you to read
His
from that
delivery in the courtroom makes it just perfect.
Yeah.
I
in blue
responded,
is
ha
going to be
ha.
myself again. Foul ball.
Ha ha.
Defendant
ha.
responded, "You stink." I said, "You suck and you're double trouble." Defendant
Oh.
responded, "You're hot."
Okay.
I responded, "Are you serious or messing with me?" Defendant responded, "No, I'm serious." I responded, "Failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that?" Defendant responded, "Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here." I responded back, "I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question." And then it starts to say, defendant said, "Rather you stay here."
Adam Sandler. That's
Is
funny.
that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know about how
back
long
door?
were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
Giggity.
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way.
And
I
what-
don't. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss?
that's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house, if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have, I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Oh, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning? ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello? And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a ? on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out.
Who were you trying to kid,
wanna
bro?
call
The
it.
only thing you were
But
trying to figure out is
having
whether or
a hard
not you
time
had a
accepting
chance
what
of
was happening.
smashing.
Yeah, I was
Lying
really
sack
in
of shit.
detective mode. No,
Exactly.
you just
All this dude has
Exactly.
proven to me is that he is more than willing to hook up with his buddies'
So
wives.
I'm in the blue bubbles.
That's all it's proven to me.
Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree.
I was just
Now
trying to
what?
suss it up. I like
Defendant
you from the
responded,
minute
I
saw
don't
you.
know.
Go
I
F
said,
this brother.
shouldn't you know?
This dude's a piece of
Defendant
shit.
responded,
human
do
being
you like
and a
me?
worthless man.
I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29.
I have a tab open
If
somewhere.
I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, ? Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a ? Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
It's the same thing you just pulled
I'm in the
up
blue
for me.
bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you.
No, maybe
Defendant
not.
responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 33.
Oh, this is horrible.
If I could ask you to read from that,
Yeah.
sir.
glad
I
I
said,
jumped
spit it
on
out.
for
I'm in the
this.
blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question
It
mark.
is.
I said, Canton.
It is.
Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon and some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said DEF for definitely.
Don't most cops have to have a college degree?
Attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
Just,
And sir, if I
God
could.
dang, you
direct your
two.
attention
Say how
to
you
page
feel.
37 and ask you to read.
So annoying.
Well, apparently they've kissed at this point. Like it's
This
Yeah.
is just
Defendant said,
drunk
sorry.
texting.
Should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot.
we have a full
I
day today,
responded,
right?
feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded,
it's a full
because I
day.
just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention.
Well, that's
to the
because
next page,
all your
38,
drunk text to me is, who
and
that?
ask you to read from that, sir.
New phone.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed you are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, is it through text communications or in person? Did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that you brought up, not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, "Did they bang?" Question mark. The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" Question mark. I said, "Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out." Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, "I don't care," with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, "Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen." Defendant responded, "Okay." I responded, "Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions?" And then I typed on. Defendant responded, "I'm not." "I am?" Question mark. I responded, "You're kind of getting defensive." Defendant responded,
I'm sorry. Is this the most boring love affair ever?
Pretty close.
He got a kiss, and the second closest thing we have had is her thong is getting twisted.
I know.
Where's the smashing?
Come on, get spicy.
I'm gonna poke it with a stick until it does something.
I know.
Jesus. Am I getting defensive? Are you? Maybe I am, but am I? Well, you are, but am I? She's just sussing out because she got bored at home. Unless he tells about the bad dragon and the 2 hours coke-infused lovemaking. I really don't see... Well, it looks bad in front of the jury, but we still have 40 witnesses to go. Will they remember this?
"Not at all," with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46.
Are we going through 50
Ask you to
pages?
read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said,
Why are you being sensitive? That's one of the things I wasn't allowed to ask American women. Valhalla told me.
"We did kiss earlier, comma, no," with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, "I think you initiated that. No?" Question mark. Defendant said, "Yup. Do I owe you an apology?" Question mark. I said, "OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive?" Defendant responded, "I'm not." I responded, "Kinda." There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. "What do you want from me?" Question mark. I responded, "What's on the table?" Question mark. Defendant said, "What do you want ideally?" Question mark. I responded, "The real deal." Defendant responded, "It doesn't exist."
When is the appropriate time to ask for boob pics?
I'd already did that.
Well,
I did
she's-
that. That's the first message I sent Little D,
Page 56.
and she responded like always. Who that?
I think it's who dis. Who dis?
No, because
your
she's
phone.
Cajun.
Oh, I was gonna say who dat. That's the.
It starts off in
the
blue.
Saints.
I said, I can go to any base, but usually
Ooh, yeah.
Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, "Which base down the Cape? Which branch?" I said, "Army's Army." Defendant said, "I'm not abnormally sensitive." I
And he was
responded,
in the
"Joint base
Army?
Cape Cod." "Oh, I won't be so hard on you." Defendant responded, "OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me
Dirtbag.
sound bad." I responded, "I was just playing with you." Defendant responded, "You weren't, but that's okay." I responded, "Stop being sensitive, please."
This is I missed.
Defendant responded, "I'm not."
Now, sir, in reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between 2 different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that?
Duty free is a
I
liquor
believe so.
store, y'all.
If I could direct your attention to page 60.
The most cringy texting ever.
Yeah, it was horrible.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms," with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, "I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot." I responded, "A lot, why, question mark." Defendant respond. I then said, "Do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark." Defendant responded, "Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids." I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship." Defendant responded, "Everyone is happy at the hillside."
If I could direct your attention to the next page 61 and ask you to read from that.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, "Everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point." I responded, "Oh God, you avoid things." Defendant responded, "It's just very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues." I responded, "I think he believes he is doing the right thing." Defendant responded, "Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister." I responded back, "I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard." Then I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids."
If I could ask you to turn to the next page 62 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids." Defendant responded, "I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me." I responded, "What did he exactly do, question mark." Defendant responded, "I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids," with an emoji. I responded, "Why don't you tell me, question mark." Defendant responded, "He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure." I responded, "Oh God, did they bang?"
Next page, sir.
Well, some banging then would have been going on.
I'm in the blue. I said, "Did they bang, question mark." Defendant said, So I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, "I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant, and it feels like a lose-lose." I responded, You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you." Defendant responded, "Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant." I responded, or began to respond, "You can vent, babe."
Babe.
Did he call her babe?
Next page.
He did call her babe.
Oh.
Defendant said, "Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless." I responded, Defendant responded,
Quit saying
"You
to
probably
everything.
felt
Oh
that
my
way
God,
too."
it was annoying.
I responded, "I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully." Defendant responded, "Want to grab a
You're a
drink,
dickhead
question
too,
mark."
who don't like kids.
I responded, "If you gave me some notice, I could have." Defendant responded, "You in capital letters said you were adaptable." I responded, "I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way?" Defendant responded, "That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way."
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the 2 you've already counted as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury? Were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
I don't like
No,
that.
never.
He's sitting there.
And so
John
if I could
O'Keefe's
direct your
brother.
attention to page
No.
74.
He looks like he's
Like-
about to attack her.
Yeah, he's glaring at her the whole time. How is Turtle Boy thrown out, but he can do that?
He's a victim.
Ring light.
Defendants said, "Are you single?" ? I responded, "Yes." Defendant said, "I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, "You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, "And on vacay and probably a few other occasions." I responded, "You didn't," it should say, "You didn't really beg." Defendant said, "I asked at least twice."
Yes.
How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, "Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it when they do live with someone." And then I said, "Do not do it." Defendant responded, "Maybe, maybe not."
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I could go on, but I do not want to pump," it should say, "your shit up too much." Defendant responded, "Thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside." I responded, "You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places."
What does low comps at Hillside mean?
Competition, I think.
Oh.
The defendant responded, "John has showed me about 5 times the ring video
yeah,
of me
low
walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly," with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what?" Defendant responded, "Yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops," with another emoji. I responded, "Jesus." Defendant said, "He's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, "OMG, great."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
I responded, "I don't need drama, dude." Defendant said, "No, it's fine."
Maybe
I
you shouldn't have
responded,
made out with the
"Seriously?"
guy's wife.
Defendant said, "I'm serious."
Maybe you
with
should
an
just hang up your
exclamation
phone, you idiot.
I said, "You legit
Stop
planted one
initiating
on
this
me."
conversation.
Defendant responded, "I know where the cameras are anyway, duh." And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, "So your slick move isn't on there?" with some question marks. Defendant responded, "Course not." I responded, "Oh my God." And then I said, "I almost," an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, "It was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too." I responded, "Yeah, weak. I agree."
So he just before she said it was not in a friendly way, and she just said it's a peck, and he says yes, it's weak. So he agrees. Talking about having a peck. Hey Mo.
Mo, you're muted, babe.
All around here.
Oh no, you're not. My bad.
Hi, Mom.
Fine.
Hey guys.
How are you?
So have we even gotten to the guy being, to the person that lost his life, or are we still
No.
talking about donuts? It's for the love of all that is holy.
No,
This
no,
is
we
the
are
dumbest-
reading Smexy text that's worse than the one in the dumb case.
Ew, well, I don't know. I love cringe, but
You won't like this.
This is a little.
so is it
boring.
cringe hilarious or is it cringe
Nope.
cringe shivers?
What do you
cringe
want? What
boring.
do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Well,
You
I'm
think I'm
hotter than
hot?
girls in
Oh, I think
Canton.
you're hot.
Ew.
It's gross.
Yeah, it looks it.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation.
Mock.
I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse it should say the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
I'm gonna be honest. If I had a middle school child and I read these text
John
messages
O'Keefe.
on their phone, I would smack him for being an idiot.
You also need
And
to
again,
tell him you're never
she-
getting
she-
that
she
hoodie
just-
back.
Women on the panel, is this just a woman stuck in a bit of a, my husband might have kissed another girl and I'm a little overwhelmed with his kids, so I just want a bit of attention.
Yeah, honestly, that's what I'm. In
She-
my
she
perspective,
haven't-
that's what it sounds like. She's
She haven't
just.
said,
really
I
looking
want you,
for-
big boy. I want you on top of me.
Well, she called him
inside me."
hot, but she's kind of being elusive to like, well, because what do you say? Something about I want more or something. She's like, that doesn't exist. You know, I feel like she just wants somebody to hang out with and talk to.
Well, my
So-
guess would be this, right? My guess would be that they've got these two middle school age children that all of a sudden are their responsibility in their home.
Yeah.
They're both adapting to this. All four of them are adapting to this. Two of them just lost both of their parents. John O'Keefe just lost his sister and brother-in-law. I'm sure that there is not a whole lot of romance taking place in this household at the moment. I would assume that she is starving for affection and reaching out and looking for it wherever she may find it, and it happens to be with this douchebag.
Am I wrong to say that there was kind of also, I've watched bits and pieces, but there was also a weird female friend dynamic with John that, you know, they seemed really territorial over John when Karen showed up. So she might be thinking what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You know, if it just seems weirdly, oddly flirty what these other women were doing with him. I mean, if like, say if I go to meet Valhalla, of course I'm going to get, you know, like a big bear hug at the beginning, but I'm not also going to like slap him on the behind as I walk away to get a beer because I'm not his wife.
I did that.
Only if Miss Valhalla says it's okay.
Well, you
Yeah,
never know
I mean,
what's
obviously
happens
at
in
this point in
Bollywood stays
time, right?
Bollywood.
I mean, at this point in time, they've been arguing about they've been getting in fights about her spoiling the kids and stuff like that. So
Right.
she's talking about that too.
I'm sure passion and romance
Yeah.
are the least of their priorities at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be fair,
and I
that
think
first
Luna
part of the
has it right.
relationship is really fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Luna has it right. She just wanted to feel wanted.
Yeah.
I that's what I'm. Yeah, I'm going with Luna because that's kind of what I'm seeing it as. It's just
And don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating that this is a good thing. I'm not saying
no.
that this is even acceptable, right? This is a
'Cause I don't
very
like this kind of-
unhealthy dynamic. However, shit happens and move on kind of thing. Deal with it.
Yeah, I don't agree with like cheating. It's not cute to me at all. But she hasn't done anything. But they are having that like that emotional affair at this point, kind
Yeah.
of.
I'm a hugger.
And that's not cool.
Well, everyone in Tennessee was a hugger. Guna thinks she was trying to make John jealous.
Could be.
I think either that or she just wanted a little excitement and she thought this guy, he's kind of a he would play along and she can end it whenever she wants to. He's a safe because she probably thought he will go by the bro code.
Higgins was at the house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was at the bar
Yes.
texting her, Will, and we know in America
So those-
that means you better turn on the waterworks. It's moist o'clock.
Holy crap. Stop
Giggity.
saying that.
So the text message thread that we just had to bear, she says that John was suspicious.
Yeah.
That's the most motive so far in this entire situation is John walking in that house saying, "Hey man, are you banging my girl or what?" And then chaos ensues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still am not seeing
I'll be back. Bye.
where
break.
she's gonna unalive this guy, but yeah, and now you can start to see like, okay, now, I mean, I guess we'll see where it goes. But then we have, if John is finding out about this and Higgins is there and they obviously know each other, like that might be a
Yeah, I think, I mean,
point of
I know
contention.
that
But again, it could be interesting, or it could be a safe bet to hit on a guy he knows, so he would pull the brakes before it got too serious.
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah, and it doesn't say I'm just gonna unalive him and then we can live together.
Yeah. Well, she's not really saying she wants that. She's just
Okay,
kind of flirting with the guy.
Y'all, have we looked at her cootie catchers?
I said it
Because
was
if
fun.
she had cootie catchers and it
Defendant
was like
said,
yellow
I've
and red,
complimented you today
he's dead.
too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kick my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I'm all set with that's. And then I said in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face.
It's a
I
winky.
responded,
It's a
coming to
winky
your
emoji
house would have
face.
been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why? Question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
9-0.
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
Carpe diem, you idiot.
Oh my God.
And if I could direct
Well,
you to the next page, 91. sir.
Latin is not a thing in
Defendant said,
Canton.
what am I avoiding? Question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up.
Nope, boy.
I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that? Question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, boy.
Page 99.
So now we're gonna have nudie pics.
Oh. If she sends him Nancy Pelosi's cleavage, I will eat $1 right now, because that would be the most hilarious shit ever.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's
Wait a
just
minute.
how I
Pause
think
this real
/
quick.
feel.
The guy that can't say carpe diem is like, are you trying to use deductive reasoning on me? Okay, Columbo.
You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I can now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Oh my God.
Defendant
did
said,
it.
my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page 107. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. Looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
It's just like me. Whenever I say
when she
it's
came over your
nudes,
house,
no nudes
about how
survive.
long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk about?
It was kind of more of this. It was.
Oh, he
it was
sounds
a
so
kind of
defeated.
It wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked.
Oh, honey, no one's using you as a weapon.
It was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contacts beyond what you've described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over at Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my at my residence, when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and
Sure,
it's just an
buddy.
uncomfortable situation. Just a weird
Sure,
vibe. That's
buddy.
the best I can describe it.
What?
Show us
And
on the
lastly,
bad
sir,
touch
turning-
doll
lastly,
where
if
she
you'd
hurt
like to
you.
Turn your attention to the last page, number 118.
The nerve of this guy.
And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page.
This
is that
is
correct?
so
There is.
cringe.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
At the
next text
waterfall?
Communication is the following day or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m.
He's at the waterfall. She's with John.
Yes.
He says,
And,
well,
speaking in that communication and what is it?
That's what in the
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
at 11:30,
Did you respond to that at all?
like a half
No.
hour before they left and
Do
went
you
back
have
to
any
the
other
party.
Communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th.
No, I have not.
Not looking good for you, Higgins. I can't wait for cross.
Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you
Hi, Addie. How you doing?
turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, can you call that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you're familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and fire hydrant?
I do know where that is. Yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
Well, welcome.
I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
So what you're saying is you pull out, just asking for a friend. Sorry, this is a Christian channel. Sorry.
Oh, Mo.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see if there's 1 minute
Outstanding.
over here at Sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
No stretching. We want to get to the
Just-
grilling.
She's about to go to lunch. Why is she pretending like she's not about to send everybody out of here? Who do you think is going to be, Nettie or Jackson?
As long as it's not the chick. I think the
hope
chick,
it's not the
I think he
chick.
needs, and I know she has a name and I'm sorry, but I think he needs someone because he feels very dominant. He needs someone that can stand up and, call him on his mock. Question
Well,
mark.
The chick might sound kind of bitchy in this cross, I think. And I don't mean that in any kind of derogatory fashion.
Oh,
but
no.
I think this requires either Jackson's direct approach or Yanetti's condescending approach. Either way, I think is what's needed here.
Yeah, I think
Oh, it's
condescending is
Jackson.
going to piss this guy off.
Ajax. He's going to be doing it.
Oh.
Jackson is?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I love that Lally avoided all of the bigger issues.
Of course he did.
I just wanted to read all these text messages. Let's not
I mean,
talk
to
about
be
all
fair,
the
I'm getting some date night
shady
ideas
stuff
for
he's
Mr.
done
Moore.
after the fact.
Right? That text at the waterfall though, that's not convenient.
And I will say, I have more. I can see more probable cause, or I can see
Your
more.
Honor. Who did you come here
This
today with,
dude.
Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse
Let's
with?
go.
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Because I'm
Objection.
lying.
Sustained.
Trial, I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay, without telling me anything that
Bet you
said,
wish he was there.
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? And again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Sorry.
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
You want to maybe
Proctor?
Yes.
I bet it was Proctor. Oh, she's awful twitchy in the background.
Well, it's 2.0 speed, so.
Oh.
Oh, I wondered why he was talking so fast.
No, that was the 1.2.
I love that Higgins sounds, the same speeded up, so he must talk really slowly.
Yeah, and it's. Did we ever get the mutes?
No,
Other than
not
that,
even
you
Nancy
handed it to
Pelosi.
Tully. Was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairville Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
Did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
Of a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to.
How about
to
the
Chief
evidence
Berkowitz's
room?
office. You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right, but the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022. Probably had that office for more than 3 years.
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018. Okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years. 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A
Okay.
special agent. Yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to
What
discuss?
crimes have you
I'm
solved?
assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Oh, so he's not working
I want to turn
anymore?
your attention now to
No,
January
she's part of the
29,
federal investigation.
2022.
Yeah.
You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
Like a nightmare.
Like a nightmare.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial. You separate the two.
So, well, the wake would be the night before funeral. I call them the services. It
All right.
wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance.
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
Retirement parties. Yes. Things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together.
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
Is that yes or no?
I'm
Yes.
not a
Okay.
Taylor.
As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz. Yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you
Not a
say
good
that?
look.
Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Why?
Ask it differently.
Eddie, this is
At
Alan
that
Jackson.
same
He's
retirement
awesome.
dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break
But
bread
have you
together,
hit on
have
his
meals together?
girlfriend?
Absolutely, had lunch.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually, you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified?
I'm glad he's a
Answer,
government agent.
quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez,
Objection,
before
Your
you
Honor.
knew.
Why?
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your
Brian
Honor.
Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why
Were you
can't
at
they
a
ask
Christmas
that?
party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why?
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Wait, they've actually gotten into a fist fight
Have you
before?
ever been at an event
Yeah.
with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
And
Nope.
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
You do know
Why?
that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Yeah, was this in limine or?
You were asked in a formal interview. Do you recall? I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal.
The objection is this is really bad for my case. You can't bring in that he's a fighter. I really don't know on what grounds she's because it's not hearsay. Are you aware at a Christmas party they got into a fight?
Who knows? But he's getting it out there. So
Yeah, I was wondering if it was maybe something that they had gone over in the hearings since you guys have done a whole lot more. I'm like the rube who walks in. I'm like, what's going on here?
she hasn't really said a lot. Like there has not been any specific rulings on like what she's going to allow in. It's just a case by case basis, you know.
So
And she
whenever
doesn't-
Lolly
she
asks
doesn't
her
li-
to object.
Yeah, and she doesn't do speaking objections, so we'll never know why. It's
Yeah.
not allowed.
formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that.
Okay.
The formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was quote,
Objection.
a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Just gonna yell at him.
Oh, but-
I hate the not saying your objection thing. I absolutely hate it.
yeah.
It gives her just carte blanche to deny whatever question she wants. It drives me
Yeah.
nuts.
And I never thought about that before you said it like that, but it really does. Again, from a casual observer, I haven't lived and breathed this case. It looks like if she takes everything that the state says and, sustained, or as our patron saint, Daryl Brooks would say, substained. And
He's got me saying that sometimes too. I catch
I
myself.
know. He needs to have an extra charge for making us sound ridiculous. Like, I can make my own self sound ridiculous. I didn't need your help, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, and again, it's prior testimony. Why isn't prior testimony allowed in?
I wonder if it's because of the federal investigation. I wonder if there's certain things that, and we would know this if he had to say what objections it was for.
Yeah.
But I wonder if it's because some of this stuff is still under investigation and it would be prejudicial to bring it up in the manner and blah, blah, blah.
But a 5-year-old fight can't be that.
Well, maybe not.
And again, they need to disprove that both Brian and Colin said, no, we're not fighters. And we have the video of Colin with his, he's an asshole. He head punches people in the neck.
Did you say head punches?
Well, he punches people instead of hitting the head.
Yes.
He punches in the neck.
You're also
That's dangerous.
relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey.
It is.
And ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you
Beer?
know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I hope not.
I don't think we.
If he's
No, I
drinking
wouldn't
a
say we're going
Jameson
round for
the same
round.
So he
speed
was
that
nursing
homeboy's
one
drinking
beer
a
while you
beer,
had
he's in a
4
world of
Jamesons.
hurt by the end of the night.
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons. What you said?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is
drinking
more what I would
Zima.
say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? If you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
He might be
Is
a
that a question?
professional ball
Everything I
storm.
say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume.
Could you imagine
All right, so-
going drink for drink with me if I was drinking beer and you were drinking liquor?
Holy fazolies.
You would die. You would just die. Like, I don't care who you are, how big you are, how great of a drinker you are, you would die.
Oh my God, I just realized Mr. Mo is home. I don't have to pick up any kids. I'm
Oh,
getting an
sweet.
adult beverage.
It's all a lot. Go for it.
Yeah, liquor is easier to keep up with, but again, and a drink is a drink. Yeah, but this guy had 4 to 5 Jamesons, and just because he swapped his his vehicle to a non-government vehicle, it's okay to drive? I'm not sure that.
It's less trouble, I guess.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's still illegal.
Oh, it's definitely still illegal.
Yeah.
But getting a
Well, that
DUI in a
wasn't,
squad
so.
car, not a good look.
Yeah.
Let's.
What?
What did I miss?
Okay.
Just presume
Well, all right. So
Well, that wasn't. So
he wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? I mean, if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume
Well,
that.
all right. So
well, that wasn't. So
Bev has been getting on Alan Jackson for his side remarks all trial.
Let me
Now
put a
she's
question
taking
mark
them
at
at
the end of
him.
that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day.
You're
and I
right.
decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck.
Oh my
didn't
gosh,
you?
he has Biden
When?
levels of
When
kissing.
you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted
sniff
back,
her hair?
I agree.
Figure of speech.
No, not a figure of speech, you idiot.
Right?
Figure of
Oh my
speech.
God.
Like carpe diem.
After that incident,
That would be a
it's
figure
safe
of
to say
speech.
we've just gone through a number of
No,
them.
carpe
You exchanged
diem.
flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay. Yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, a couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
it's
weren't,
actually- you looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yep.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
Okay.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Well, he texted it was a peck. Yeah, week.
Thank you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
Directing you to the last page, just look at everything on it, and just tell me if that your recollection is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay?
Yes.
So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm not talking about shaking her hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact.
I love Alan Jackson.
No, I did not.
Oh my
He's
God,
No
awesome.
other
this is the
hugs or
snarky snark
kisses
face
or
we need.
certainly no sex.
No.
Did you want it?
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?"
What's his lapel pin?
And not answer that one either, correct?
I think it's like a
think
batch.
it's for-
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
Is
Not
it
my
for
question.
the dogs he
I'm asking
unalived
you
as
whether
an
or not she
ATF?
would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She
in
avoided questions about text.
I think
And
we
that was
figured out what.
frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, "Why did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you.
It almost looks
correct?
like an
You're showing
Iraqi
interest in
campaign
her.
medal.
Yes.
You're showing romantic interest in her.
Well,
I wouldn't say it
He
was
used to be
romantic.
Army.
I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate? It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well,
Nope.
not if both people.
No, it's not. I can tell you that it's not that hard dating someone who has a boyfriend because women are really good at multitasking. So they just don't need to meet each other.
I love that he has such male charisma and probably Musk and Aquavelva that he has to tell every woman around him, like, are you coming on to me right now? Question mark.
You should do a
He's like-
Boston accent all the time.
Oh my gosh, I'd have to listen to more of this. I could look, my New York accent is really me just pretending to be Linda from Bob's Burgers. So might not be accurate.
So I don't know if this is it or not, but it kind of looks like the Iraqi campaign medal.
It does
Yeah.
to me.
Doesn't it?
It kind of looks like
Yeah.
it has a star in the middle, but I don't know if you have any add-ons to you, because we
Not
can
on
put
this
numbers
one.
on it.
Not on this one.
Yeah, because we put numbers on ours when we do more than one tour at the same theater.
Oh, nice. I didn't get that option.
Well,
that's true.
Permission to dig numbers. Okay.
We're dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have
No.
a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course you're not going to go there, because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay.
You're
My
hot.
question again, Mr. Higgins. You seem
That
to
is a mating call
question.
of the Canton.
My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically.
It might be a.
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
Right.
I mean, you have to kick
And
the
she was
tires
answering
though
with
before you
things
buy
like-
the car.
Yeah,
You
especially a
said, "Now what?"
42-year-old
She
model,
answered,
you just
"I don't
have
know."
to make sure
Right?
there's no rust on the
Yes, she did.
When you asked,
important
so
part.
now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Facts.
right? Did you text something like,
Dang
now
it.
what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John, correct?
No, not at all.
Matter of fact, she
it might be the law enforcement congressional badge of bravery.
Oh.
Really? I don't see.
No, the blue bars are on the wrong side of the white.
Yeah, I don't think that's it. Look on this brown.
Because it's red, white, blue, white. So it's
I
the
don't know
wrong
how you
blue
guys are
in there?
getting these colors. It's so red shifted.
I don't see blue. I see red on the edges, and then a light color, and then a dark bar, and then a light middle.
Yeah, I
Love
see that.
we're
I
doing
see.
forensic analysis.
I see this as red, white, blue, white, red. That's how I see it.
You for sure that's blue?
No, I don't see color.
She indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
Listen, y'all,
And
that
then on
hat,
January 23rd,
it's
as you just
powerful. It needs to be
she just stopped communicating with
used
you altogether,
responsibly.
correct?
Until the 29th.
He already has enough kids.
Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating for you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, and just like that, it was done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd,
She's like, no mean
or
words.
up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And
What'd you do?
I touched nothing.
Oh, Baker's frozen.
Oh no.
Might just be us, Mo.
Oh, this is not going to be good for his monetization.
Come back. I'm back.
Ooh, he's back.
Oh, good.
There he is.
Internet just crapped. So
We figured.
I'll start again.
27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th. She never texted, right?
It's definitely not an
She didn't
RCOM.
respond to any of your texts.
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks? And what I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today?
Oh.
And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock, if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let's go it off.
Jurors, leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All right, follow me, jury up.
I think that is the Iraqi campaign medal.
Oh,
I
well
think it
then
is.
thank him for his service, but you're kind of being a dick here. So
Yeah.
So why don't I see counsel over here at Sidebar?
did Karen just roll her eyes?
Yeah. So we're going to be back at 1:45, which in Bev terms mean 2-ish.
Nah, 2:10. And then she's got to do a sidebar immediately following that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, as a lawyer, I would think he would tailor his style, but he's obviously seeing something in the jury that they are enjoying.
Yeah.
And
have a good night, Adelaide.
Good night, Adelaide.
Excuse me, and interactive with, his side comments. So he doesn't, or he thinks he's hilarious like I do, and he just wants to get them out there. So hopefully he's using strategery.
Yeah. You don't understand why the army would make lapel pins of medals. Well,
they're not. They're sort of. They're so here's what you get in the army when you're issued a medal. Okay, it comes in this fancy little case, right? And you get the medal itself, the ribbon, and then a little tiny one that I think they put on the dress blues, but I never had dress blues. So he's just wearing that ribbon as a lapel pin, which is kind of stupid.
Is that
honestly.
legal in the US? Because we can wear, I don't know what you call them. We call them herrings. We can wear that on a uniform, but if you put on your, it's the medal you carry when you put on your a jacket or something like that. You'll carry a medal, and you can only use it for functions. Like if I've been in the city council another term, I would have the Queen would have been at our city, so it would be expected that I showed up with my mission medals and my appreciation medal on my
is he
suit.
is he still in the army? He's not, right?
It might be National
No.
Guard.
So if he's not in the army, like there's not really, the rules don't really apply anymore, right? So I could take all of my ribbons, all my medals, and put them on my sleeveless shirt that says First Amendment rocks or whatever the hell it is, right? And nobody's going to say shit about it. If you're in the army, I think you could probably still get away with doing that. Like I'd make fun of you for it, but I think you could still wear your medal on like so when we get our medals, right? When we first get our medals, a lot of times they'll pin them on our like BDUs or whatever when we get them. And it's not proper, but that's just how it goes sometimes, right? That's definitely an Iraq campaign medal. What a douchebag.
Okay.
That's definitely this ribbon right here.
Thank you.
Well, that's the end of that. So it's going to be a short break today.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll probably try to come back. I'm going to make sure my children are letting my husband work on the subfloor that was rotten.
He's not old enough to go to Vietnam, Cody. Not even close.
No.
That was definitely an Iraq campaign medal.
Yeah.
Sentence.
Yeah, I'm gonna come jump off, make myself
I'm glad
some
other
dinner.
dyslexic people are like, we have a superpower here.
Tennessee.
Not
Gonna
another.
go
You need another
get
S.
food, talk later. It's Friday. It's a Brandon Chuck day. Yes.
Nice. I need to go run to the feed store real quick. I will probably be back this afternoon.
Is it not working again today?
For those in my chat, if you would like to play Words on Stream, you have to go to Baker's chat to play it. Link
If
is
I can
pinned
get it
in
to
the
work.
comments. Why isn't it working?
Just gonna pull it off and pull it up again. Because it seems like that's an error. Put it on my brand account. Continue. Oh, I'm just gonna end this. I'm sorry, folks. Daddy's back, but not all the way back.
I'm just waiting for twins or triplets. And when do we find out?
Well, you know, a girl doesn't kiss and tell.
True.
Either does a baker.
Okay,
No.
but if you're in Boston, I just text you and you tell me everything in torturously long, ridiculous text.
Come on, work.
It's working, isn't it?
No, it doesn't seem to pick up. Why won't it do it today? This is annoying. Why isn't it working?
It doesn't seem to be working in my chat either.
Leave this site. Go back. It does that sometimes. To YouTube. Log in with my account. Log in with my brand account. Allow it to talk to my screen. Share this tab instead. Now it works. What?
There you go.
What? Is it just really, really slow? Kelsey.
Who's
Kelsey?
No idea.
It's not in chat. Show Dollywood videos. I don't have any Dollywood videos. How did someone who's not here write something?
I have no idea.
That's impressive.
Was she on X maybe?
No,
Does it
because
work
I'm
on
not streaming to X.
Oh, well then
And
those are my two ideas.
It's connected to my YouTube account, so it should be. What? Who? Casey Copeland. I haven't seen her today. The QR code. Oh, that's why. Well. What? Well, you have to join through your phone then. That's annoying. Why doesn't it ever work? Sorry.
Well, while you figure that out, I'm going to get a head start on
Yeah,
the
I'm
feed
gonna-
store thing.
Yeah,
will
and I'm
be
gonna
checking on my
I'm
children.
gonna put up all the. I'm gonna put up all the cringy text again, and then we'll go live when they come back because I need some manger.
All right, I'll be back, y'all.
All right.
Love.
Bye, guys.
Sorry all. Like this.
I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker, and I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered. Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
What? How? What? Marissa? How? I don't know what this is. Hit the link for Marissa. Marissa invited. Accept. Can I share this? Join. No. I don't know what this is. Marissa is the champ. I'm going to share this. I don't know what's happening. If you want to hang out and play a game, Marissa have made this. And you can see a lot of Danish ads while this happens. I don't know what happens. Is this going somewhere? You have to embiggen to 145. I can only embiggen to 150. Why isn't it going? Oh, now it's going. How long is an elephant pregnant before giving birth? I think it's 18 months. I'm gonna remove this. Move this. Submit your answer. Nope, I was wrong. Well, all of you hang out, have fun. I'll be back at 1:45. And we're back. Back again. Tell a friend.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, can we have Mr. Higgins, please?
Mr. Higgins, please.
Mr. Higgins, please.
Oh.
Say accept, and just a reminder, you are still on vote.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. Something that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. With court permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Ms. Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond at that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Ms. Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Ms. Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
that was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th?
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No,
Never.
no.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Reed. I'm sorry, with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
Yeah. And it didn't mention he kept texting her.
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Did before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do.
So normally you won't go to a bar with your friends, but when it's supposedly gonna be the worst snowstorm in human history, and you've been driving all day, you feel like I better go out drinking. Make sense to me.
You knowing that Karen Reed might be at the waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
I mean, you had several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep. Drove over to the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall?
I'm sorry.
I was at the waterfall.
Left the waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug? What was the other
Did
thing?
she say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What's her interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure.
In my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one
Work in
person
the
she
room.
didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person,
Party
but
foul.
one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you going to pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
Well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
I love his laughing
Did
at
she
him.
ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she answer it?
Respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No, of
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
it was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is out right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, it would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole.
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
And the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's
That
probably
sounds
2
like a new
inches.
song.
Okay.
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
Okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right.
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving, you're driving straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep. I would just have the Jeep, the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right.
Dude, just make a mountain.
When you
That's
walked
stupid.
into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, you know, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing Is that right?
Yes,
In May of 2023.
yes,
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
yes,
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath.
yes,
You were telling the truth.
yes,
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement,
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
the first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos,
If you plow a road there's absolutely almost no snow on, you'll wreck the road.
Yeah.
So
He's going to need the laser pointer again and 3 levels of a dollhouse.
this is again, and why do you plow a road that has a dusting of snow? There was snow on the sidewalk, but because cars were driving on the road, it was black asphalt still. Seems more like you're kind of an idiot with your car. And again, no one else saw his car at the mailbox until this trial.
those are on the first floor.
Yeah.
And someone
Yeah,
said,
you'll
we
scratch
went
the plow.
upstairs to look at those photos. Where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
Downstairs.
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement.
Okay.
And someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
Why?
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym
Where was that?
in the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party, summertime.
Summertime before,
Summertime before. Yes,
summer of 2021?
maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified
Or
that
could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes,
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
yes,
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
yes,
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
yes,
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during,
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
Let me
somebody's
have just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Look who's here, the expert.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male
No,
come
because she
inside
went
the
out to
house?
the car.
Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes.
Don't say
Quote.
I did
That's
that
what you
too in
testified
Tennessee.
to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I
Okay,
may.
gentlemen, I'm not liking
Yes.
this long on one side, short with a part in the middle fade cut thing.
Thank you.
This is,
No, and at least keep it like mine where you have the sides
Yeah.
instead of having.
yeah,
That's a weird
why
one.
do
You're
you
not.
want to look like Katie Lang?
Well, she's a great musician.
True.
Yeah, but again, no one else but him have now put anyone from outside inside the house. Again, why doesn't any of the testimony add up?
Yeah, it just, again, why are we spending time on this? Because I know the state went over it, so they have to kind of interrogate it. But did anyone in this investigation think to investigate anything
Mr.
relevant?
Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
Well, at some point we have to figure out, did anyone die that day?
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
So much inappropriate
And then you were
stuff.
asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house at least briefly in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And
That's
that's the
fit.
proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? It was
Can-
that proceeding.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes,
No,
you
I can't,
can.
Your Honor.
Next
Yes, you
question,
can.
Mr. Jackson.
Really,
The
sir?
quotations that the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at?
Yes.
That was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I just realized I was muted. Did you leave Lego?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want them.
May I approach that?
It's
Got this in the mail today.
It's Minecraft Legos.
Another page. Just take
One of them is
All
called
right.
the Bakery.
See a date on it.
Outstanding.
First page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1
Okay.
a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later, turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
to move vehicles, correct?
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes,
You walked down the driveway.
yes,
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It
Hey,
would have been 3 feet
illustrators.
now.
Right. So it would have been a light dusting of snow.
Hello.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. Flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a
Yes.
former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes,
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes,
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to
Holly.
make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up and I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another
What
car
lawn?
parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me. No,
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
there was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
Do you need glasses?
Does the ATF check to make sure
You're a
you
former
have
firefighter,
good vision?
is that right?
Yes.
Is that-
A former military, former firefighter,
Yes.
current
And you're
ATF
currently
agent
law enforcement officer.
Yes.
who just doesn't pay attention to his
That puts you in
surroundings.
the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm
Not
also a
gonna notice
technical
it.
medic. Yes.
Which
Not
means
gonna
Also
you
a
notice
have
technical
it's a
medic.
guy.
training to be an observer, you're a
Ugh.
trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong.
See, this is what I'm
As an
saying.
investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road in the lawn or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
Do you see my fingers?
And that's because
Or
there was
finger?
no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Hi, Jude.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Wearing that Iraqi campaign medal, I bet you would have noticed in Iraq if there was a dude laying in the ditch.
Where
Actually,
exactly
no,
did
I
you
don't
go?
think you would have.
Well, when you took the highway to Fallujah, did you ever keep your eye on the side of the road? Because
I kept my eye on.
all the friendlies down there really had they really liked to put little gifts on the side of the road for all of you nice Americans.
Yeah, they left us lots of little gifts. And after being deployed I went on 2 deployments. I don't know how many this gentleman went on, but after the first one, that's something that doesn't go away, y'all, ever. To this day, if there's like a piece of trash on the side of the road, that's exactly what I'm focused on until it gets past me. Like it's not a pleasant thing, but that's just the way it is. 13 months in Iraq with everything that you drive past potentially exploding and hurting real bad, you kind of get that second nature of just looking. You know what I mean? It just happens. You can't change it.
Okay. Valhalla, maybe he was like a Beau Biden soldier. So he was like way back. He was like the 87th line of defense past the Mississippi River, just in case.
Could be. Maybe he had a cushy desk job. I don't know what he did in the military. I guess you are correct. That is a valid point, Mo. He may have not.
Wait a minute. He's on the bomb squad. Never mind.
Well, he's an
Take that
ATF agent.
He's on the bomb squad?
He's an ATF agent.
This man doesn't know the difference between mail, like in mailbox, and mail as in man.
No.
And he's confused. They're 2 different words.
He's former Army. Yeah, I was in the back seat of a car on the opposite side, and I saw a man with a snake. No one else in the car saw that.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Baker? Speaking of your car trips in America, why do I have 3 of these in my truck?
I think I have 1. I brought them to the party. And, I probably forgot to bring them with me.
I keep finding them in my truck. They're like herpes; they won't go away.
No, but and another thing, I have a real hard time walking on lawns that's not cut, because when you get to somewhere where they tell you
Don't walk in
anywhere
the grass.
if there's tall grass, it means someone hasn't been out there in a long time, because the last time they cut the grass, it might have gone kabow. I still have that problem today. Well, it's not a problem, but it's just a little thing you have in the back of your head every time you see someone say, "Oh, let's just cut through here." Nope, ain't gonna do it. So, yeah, but he didn't.
I'm calling BS on all of this.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Oh, that's Dingus. He was going to be Wilfred, but none of my kids can say Wilfred, so he is Dingus McMurder Mittens.
McMurder Mittens.
Yes, he's Irish.
All right.
Oh, when you left 34 Fairview.
I went back to the Canton police station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went.
Outstanding, Zach.
Your
Outstanding.
home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory about where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
Jamie's back.
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022.
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned.
I said administrative things.
You said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay.
So
Can
another
we agree,
one,
Mr. Higgins, that
they
you
wrote
didn't
down the
mention
testimony
anything
wrong.
about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So
Wait,
when you say
thought
I went to
administrative
Canton
meant
PD to
filing.
do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one.
What in
Traded
the
off vehicles, moved
government
them out of the way, right?
issued?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten there.
When you were
you'd
drunk?
gotten Canton PD
Yeah.
earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play?
Yeah, you look like you're really concerned about eating,
in the middle
bud.
of the night?
He was fasting.
Not really.
It was Ramadan.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
And we'll talk about the video in just a second.
Why would that be a necessity at 1:30 a.m. the morning / night of a blizzard?
You
Why
entered
would you
the
have to
Canton Police
go
Station
as an
through which
ATF
door?
special super agent, whatever the hell he
I
said
believe
he
it
is,
was the door
to go move
to the right
vehicles?
of the Sally Port as you come in the main
Because he's
entrance.
drunk.
And
Makes
you
sense.
made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately
Agent Higgins,
moved
is
your
it
friend, Officer
typical
Good,
activity
who's
for you to
working
drink and then
dispatch,
go
right?
perform duties on the job?
To hear something.
Is that a typical thing that you do?
Yes.
Yeah, and again, He took his private car because he had been drinking, so he wouldn't drive his government car.
Mhm.
Then he drank more and went back and moved 2 government cars.
Makes perfect sense. I'm sure that that's exactly the procedure that's outlined in the ATF manual. Actually, that's probably 100% the way it should have been done.
Baker seems perturbed. Val, count down to 3, and we will give Baker an air hug. No questions asked.
All right, chat. You heard him. 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Aww.
We love
See,
you,
and
Baker.
I'm just shielding Baker with very wide arms. Like, look, I'm sorry, sort of, that I'm in your personal space, but I'll let them hug me. I'll take one for the team.
Did he move vehicles
one
into the
Christmas
blizzard or into the Sally port? I don't get that part either. What are they doing?
Nobody does. It didn't have to happen. He just needed an excuse, and this is the only thing that makes a damn bit of sense that explains why he was also in the Sally port.
Yeah, at 1:30 on a Friday after driving an entire day.
Well, he was really hungry. You know that he hasn't,
Oh, he has an
hasn't
emergency.
missed a meal since 1978. What are you talking about?
Where is doctor now to say you don't need to eat? You have 5 years no eat. You be okay. You could lose 30 pounds this month. What are you doing?
So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise.
Why are we taking a break?
30 minutes.
Someone couldn't hear, or someone was something. He was strung out on coffee and Jameson. Probably. But again, what did we learn from Mr. Higgins? Apparently, he likes to drive drunk. And he likes to plow things that doesn't need to be plowed. Pun intended.
He also is very, very observant, but didn't see the giant black man-shaped lump in the lit sort of flag area.
Yeah.
He's got strategery.
Well, where he was parked, his lights would have lit up that whole yard.
Yeah.
So that makes
Yeah,
no
because
sense.
again, their new testimony is you have the mailbox and the car right in front. And he turns on the lights with his big plow on it. Here's the flagpole.
So it should be directly in front of him.
When he lights off, and actually it's kind of funny because if anyone ever took a driving license, I don't know if you are asked about this. We got one bad boy. Great. Oh my, that's me. When you have the front of a car, the light is actually doing this because not to hit oncoming traffic as much. So it would light over here would be where the body is. It should be really easy to see a body when you turn on your light. And when you turn on your light, you're looking straight ahead.
Do we know what his Jeep looks like? Because a lot of those Jeeps with plows on the front, they'll attach extra lights even. Not saying he did, because I don't know for sure, but it's a pretty common practice. Exactly. There should be extra light in that vehicle compared to the normal vehicle.
Yeah.
Lady Tammy, what is the theory of why he really went back to the station that night? I think he needed to get on camera somewhere safe. Alibi.
I don't know what it would be amazing if he just moves the car back and forward. That would be great.
Yeah.
So what did you do there?
I would play the drunk card over whatever it was. You would think.
Yeah.
I mean, it is odd. You just want to you just were drinking all night with your friends and then you go to work.
Well,
Can you consider
again,
administrative stuff
It wasn't there when Karen left.
hard, are we?
we don't know because according to the state in the beginning, this is when she allegedly hit him, 12:45. The problem is she is at John's house at 12, I believe it's 12:41. leaving him an angry text, angry voicemail. They have her GPS data. Higgins said he left the house 12:30 to 1 a.m. So John would have been on the lawn if he didn't see Karen's car, or else it couldn't have happened.
I meant to grab another ring light when I was out, and I totally forgot about it.
Hey, Jamie, see what I got.
Ooh.
You what?
Jamie's not paying attention to anything.
She's not watching.
Well, I was watching the YouTube part and it's delayed. So when he says it, it takes him a minute to send it, put it to the screen. I see it, your Tumblr.
I can't read it.
Well,
It
the
says
light
Friday
goes
Night
in.
Live.
Put some dark stuff in it.
That would work. I almost could.
Laura and her sister were the only nice, normal witnesses. Oh, I like the Greek people as well.
Yeah, the Greek people are the best.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see your cup again.
Mine?
Is it like rainbow colored?
It's a Tennessee.
Orange.
Orange?
Yeah, it's kind of like a dark orange. It kind of shifts.
Yeah,
It's,
that's what I was thinking. I
It
see
looks
that.
kind of
Okay.
red in the camera.
It's not a Tennessee orange, but it keeps the cool well.
You guys are stealing glassware from the bar.
Love it.
Yet
You're
no one
like,
parked
this
in
is
front
our
of him.
waterfall, damn it.
Yeah, but he never looked out the window, so he wouldn't have known if Karen had pulled into him in front of him. But then you have the problem with Ryan Nagel, who says Karen was at the mailbox and moved forward.
Yeah, there's so many inconsistencies. That's the whole thing. Put all this testimony aside, like of what everybody says. It's just I can't get past that. Everybody left that house, especially him saying where he was parked and didn't see a body. No one saw a body. They're staring out the window. They don't see a body. The light they're lighting up that yard and they don't see a body.
The one time I tried to swipe a real tall beer glass, it slipped out of my hoodie. Real awkward when that thing explodes on the floor. That's why you put it in the kangaroo pouch on your hoodie.
You can't do that if it's full of beer.
If you want to swipe a glass, you empty it first. And
this channel does not give stealing advice, y'all. Does not.
Absolutely not. Brandon needs to come with us to the Mousy the next time.
Oh, Brandon. So much fun, bro.
Yeah, we took a 5-minute recess that has been going on for 12 minutes now.
Beverly, this trial is going to last until Christmas. Like, come on.
Yeah, the only person not staring out the window sees a tall, dark-haired man come into the house, which no one else saw, because everyone else said that Nagel went out to talk to his her brother. Well,
That's
it
what
just
I
sounds
mean.
like a you problem.
That does sound like a you problem. Why don't you finance a clone, and then you can send your clone to all the stupid stuff you got to do, and then come party with us when we want you to.
Oh my God, it'd be like Multiplicity with Michael
Exactly.
Keaton. Best movie ever. You could be 1 or 4. We would never know.
Again.
Sounds like a you problem, bro.
I got drunk in Tennessee.
Yeah, you did. Not at the one place though.
No. Yeah. Maybe we should go somewhere next time where they're not racists.
Where they're not racist against foreigners.
Yeah.
Y'all, the rest of that night, She kept coming up.
You
to me.
were
It
so
was-
pissed.
I was pretty heated, but she kept coming up to me the rest of the night. And she was like, I know what you're talking about. My husband's a foreigner. When he first got here, we went through all kinds of this and that. Oh, it was great.
What?
It was great.
Oh dear Lord.
Yeah, if he had been on the job, he would have smelled weed on that front lawn.
True.
Have they proven the glass of Karen Reed was the glass?
No.
Not that I've heard of.
No. They haven't proven anything. Let's get
They
that
haven't
straight.
even they didn't even bring it up with the bartender and said, do you serve drinks in these kind of glasses?
Yeah.
So I still don't know why the bartender was there. Other
Just to
than
bring
say,
in that receipt, that stupid receipt.
yeah, that said nothing.
Yeah. That just said that John was a good tipper, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it could happen.
Yeah.
We had a nice Czech au pair who got pulled over in a small town and handed over a Czech driver's license with us in the car. They were thoroughly confused, but at least they let her drive off. Yeah.
You would think so.
And again, I was carted from gas stations to restaurants, and no one said, "No está el anglesky, no drinko servo," other than a stupid arcade. And then I spent way too much money for the arcade games, which didn't work, half of them.
Oh no.
I left the swipe card if the expert on the rep is going to go there.
Did you hear what I told him when I left, Baker?
No.
So we stayed until it closed, right? I had finished the beer or whatever. We start walking out, and I was like, "Thanks, y'all. We all had a great time, except for my Danish friend." And just kept walking.
Val turns into a giant Karen. I love it.
You
I
should have
was
seen
mad.
this poor mixed girl looking at him when he said, "So you don't say foreigners, but my husband is foreign." I just waited for Valhalla to say, "Yeah, and I have a black friend."
I was mad.
No, I
He
tried to
came all
get
the
him
way
to take
from
me
Europe
to.
for a beer, and he can't get one in your stupid establishment. How dare you?
I tried to get him to take me to the Mouse here, but he wouldn't.
Yeah,
Or
that's for
Waffle
your own
House.
good. That was for those were both for your own good.
And he tried to take me to Bojangles, which he first drove up to a Sonic and then found out it was closed.
Well, that drive-through was confusing. All right.
Yeah. I don't bitch about. I had a wonderful vacation. I was the one saying it doesn't matter. It's just a beer.
He was too. He was trying to calm me down. I was heated. I was heated, y'all.
We don't mess with friends.
I was mad.
Say anything you want about me, but don't mess with people I like.
The girl goes.
I got the Patron bullet, so.
Oh, you should have told me. I got a bottle in the fridge.
Oh, I learned from people I know don't drink Patron.
The girl said it's her company policy to not accept foreign IDs, and I literally looked at her. I was like, "Hang on a minute. You're telling me your company policy is to not serve foreigners?" And that's what set it all off. That was all of it.
Well,
Yeah, a little throwback.
Well, what happens in Dollywood stays in
But that was the
Dollywood,
other
and
thing, is we
there
have
might
to
have been
turn off the
Dollywood and
ACs
going on
for-
later.
when we were in trial because they were too loud. What?
Are we getting hot mic action right now?
We are.
Yeah, we're talking in ACs. Because the 5-minute recess has now been 20 minutes.
How much emotional support beverage is she drinking back there?
Well, it's Friday. Gotta got start early
True.
before you have to go move the cars.
You know, those with adults emotional support beverages should not talk.
Ooh, I don't have to drive anymore.
Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe someone had a Taco Bell accident. Did I just get dismembered? Yeah, you're not a member.
Beth McLaughlin is so nice. She's the nicest person, Beth McLaughlin.
She is?
Is she?
Beth McLaughlin. Oh my God.
Okay, but does she have all the good gossip?
Thank you, Brandon, for becoming a member.
That was so weird.
I think he's realized he's on a hot mic.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, I love Judge Bev. She's such a nice judge. I love being her.
I was really hoping that was going to go a different direction. Not going to
Yeah.
lie.
Oh, she's
I thought so too.
You are
Like, she-
unmuted.
Well, the problem was I didn't bring my passport.
That was the problem. They said they would have accepted the passport.
Yeah, but they couldn't read my driver's license, even though it stated it's a driver's license.
I looked at her. I was
Well,
like, he's
that's more of our
clearly above
education
21. Nobody
I'm
is
27.
confusing this man for under 21. Use a little common sense, ladies. And then she was like,
When-
well, I can get the manager for you if you'd like. And I was like, yes, I would like that. Thank you.
When do I get to be a
Slightly
fat?
older 17-year-old comes up.
I was mad.
It's the 17-year-old who can close the top button. Oh, you're managing material. Yes, he's still an ATF agent, but he's not in field work anymore.
Thank you. Right, let's bring
They got
Mr.
him on
Higgins back.
desk
Thank you.
duty.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be
Liar.
inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have
Hello,
access.
lateral over on
See if
Rumble.
there's any
Good day.
Activity
Thank you for
going
being a
on,
member for 7
any
months.
calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor. You'd be in a position to monitor.
Thank you so much, Iris, for the 10 gifted memberships for... Let's go by real slowly. Money G, Bad Dog, Melly Mac, Salty Dog, Rolling Stones, Watchdog, Chrissy, and Medina Finn, HT, and Mary M. And thank you, Ace, for being a member for 4 months.
Heck yeah.
The cross has been comparatively underwhelming. Yeah, I liked that we found out he had no game. Other than that, it's a little boring.
Yeah.
Monitor what was happening at the.
Be a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed.
Was
Oh,
either
that's
on the
nice.
couch or in the bed.
What just happened?
Sorry.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor. You'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night?
No.
We know that's not true.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right. You said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m.
Thank you so much, Brandon, for the 20 gifted memberships too. And let's see who is lurking. Sweet Tooth, Ian Dub, Shellian02, Wendy U, Christy. I have questions about everything. Philip Kraft, Murph Noel Perry, Lillian, Oksana, JD Fan. In Lucky We Trust. Is Brit Fleck, Conversation Living Room with RJ. Sweet Woman, C-Star, Katie J, Stacey Marie. That's a tough one.
Aww. Thanks,
Thank you so much, Brandon. Murph Turfs were put down. It's a long time since I've seen Murph Turfs.
That call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning, at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
Doesn't mean you didn't make it.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
100% he was watching furry anime.
At least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking this a little. I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point.
Okay, Mo, I know you said something about it earlier, but that is the dumbest part line I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
You recognize
Did Forrest Gump tape a Barbary
Yes.
class?
May I approach?
Yes.
Why does it go all the way to like the center of his forehead?
If it's okay with the court. maybe
He
put
literally
his
has it
name in the
shaved
documents.
like the freaking, new Miss Marvel.
But it's in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
I have no idea why he's
I'd like
giving
to
me
have
both
those two
IT
documents marked
goatee
only for
vibes
identification with the
and
court's permission.
Kaling vibes.
It's giving me Hitler Youth
As
vibes.
one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit.
They
that's
had
fine.
better haircuts, Valhalla,
Yes.
and better suits. Let's be honest. They had Hugo Boss. He has double shoulder pads.
It's like way in the wrong spot.
Yeah, because he hasn't doesn't have a side part. He has a kind of weird
May I
front.
inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It
should
has a
start
page number
here,
or there's a
not here,
numeric
here.
indicator
it's like-
01770. In other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right. I mean, in the red.
Yeah, it's just the oddest place that you're gonna.
It says
It would have to be
01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Yeah.
Oh my God, is it another one that can't read because of a background?
No, apparently it's out of order.
Sorry, it's okay. It's okay. I'll use the one with QQ.
Mission accomplished.
1771 because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with
Nice.
the QQ.
I see it. I
You've seen that document before, correct?
think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you just put
And
the
you
part on the other
acknowledge that
side then?
At least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that on the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes.
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I am not the most technological, but you still have to put a code in before
The
you
fact
butt
is,
dial.
You were speaking to Brian
Right?
Albert in the middle of the night,
Almost always, yes.
approximately 3 hours before
Especially
Mr.
if the
O'Keefe's
phone's
body
turned off
was
and sitting on
found
your
in his yard.
power.
correct?
or
No, that's
shut
not
down.
correct.
Black, right? If it's black.
And that was 5
It's not-
minutes before 2:27
Yeah,
a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Fucking liar.
No, I did not.
Did you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Oh, he's trying to rile
You
him up.
acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your
He's
phone
getting
record,
to him.
correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long with the court's permission.
Yeah,
The
let's
court
wait
does not
22
give
seconds.
permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
if we were to count off 22 seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have
All
a
right,
conversation?
I've got my tinfoil
No.
hat on.
You can't, a human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think
How
it's
did
possible
your
that
ass
you may
know
have
your code?
butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records
Nobody
is
loves
in
you.
fact
You
or
have
was
no
in fact an
friends.
iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
Your response?
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer
for
on
that
because you
cutout
got
of Burt
you were
Reynolds.
awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? Miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break
Why?
it down.
Why?
Sure.
Oh,
In order to call somebody back,
compound. Okay.
if you've
I'll give
missed
you
a
that
call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
One. Or a
Which,
thumbprint.
don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I have never thought about it.
It's the
Once you
starfish
unlock that
ID.
phone app, you have to
Don't look it
manipulate the
up.
phone on the screen with your finger in order
Maybe
to
that's
make
why
a
he's got
call,
that stupid
correct?
part.
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Sir,
Yes.
So that's
you're
3
the
or
ATF.
4
You don't hit any of the
interactions
things you aim for.
with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
But who
But you
did then?
did. Right.
Who did?
Nobody else was in the house. You live alone.
After you were shown these
It is
phone
drunk
records at that
Higgins. He does
prior
not
hearing,
respect laws
in
or
that hearing
grammar.
at least, you finally
he's
admitted
around.
that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Drunk Higgins is
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you
Wait,
answered,
he Ilhan
yes.
Omar'd this. Something
there-
people did something. You're like,
Yeah, some
look,
people did something. It happens.
he just Ilhan Omar'd his testimony.
Drunk
and-
Higgins is way less fun than drunk Nick Starov. Drunk Nick Starov at least like buys gifts, right? This guy
He does.
This guy looks over potentially dead bodies. He butt dials from across the room. This guy's horrible.
He calls administrative work reparking a couple cars for reasons. Like, you could say, I was going to move cars. They need to be out of the way for salt or whatever. But instead, he's like, administrative work. So I'm thinking filing or maybe learning the difference between male and male. That hooked on phonics thing is a real gift. Yeah.
Yeah, if I woke up and saw a couple of calls in the middle of the night, I would wonder, what?
Right? Depending on who it is.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian, I believe his story is that he must have butt dialed it in the throes of passion, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, he's really good, Alan Jackson.
Yeah, Alan Jackson's a stud.
But again,
Yeah.
Yes.
the more they have to
You see
cover,
the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
the more they
What's the
look
question?
like they're
Please
covering
read
up, the worse it looks.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Well, that's pretty decisive. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room there.
It
Kind of
depends
might
on
have
what the
said it.
word is.
Yeah.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a
Went
conversation
to
with
the
anybody.
School of Bill Clinton
And the
testimony
question
prep.
following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
His butt called and said, what? Crack-a-lacking. What's crack-a-lacking?
Ma'am?
But again, I butt call, someone just sits there and think,
Thank you.
picked up the phone, they didn't say
Bottom
anything.
portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
Good point, lateral.
He
Good
graduated
point.
before No Child Left Behind. Be okay. He's going to read it with his mouth, all right?
Good point.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So
You
over
said you
a
haven't
year,
thought
you
about
haven't
anything else.
Even considered the fact that you were caught
Since this
with a phone
nightmare.
record
what he
lying
said.
about not
Part of
having
the
a
nightmare.
conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
At some point, I would presume who would be hearing Albert animal noises doing
Sir
one
Higgins,
of
what's
these.
Okay,
so important
now we have
you
the
and Brian
Timmy
Albert need
can't
to
hear.
discuss
Tiny
something
Tim
at
with no
2:22 in the
hearing.
morning?
There was no.
And there would be a VM
Voicemail.
voicemail. Oh, yeah, there should be a voicemail.
Well, if you didn't
But,
answer, yeah.
But no, because the phone was answered. You know he does.
Discussion.
So do the
I
assets
never
have
talked
the
to Brian
force
Albert.
in Canton?
Yeah.
Then why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is sustained? He has to explain why he has a 22-second phone call. He doesn't know.
Why
Well, talk
was
about
that
what you did
sustained?
after you woke up on January 29th.
The only reason that I
2022.
could think of
That
would
was
be asked
obviously
and
a
answered.
memorable day
However, he
in
just
your mind,
presented
correct?
testimony
It was a sad day.
Yeah.
indicating that he lied.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Weird.
Yeah.
What? I always
Whose
call my
idea was
best
it for you to
hetero
drive to
life
Brian Albert's
partner
house that morning?
when I wake up.
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, and had an opportunity to speak to him.
Wasn't so
Wait,
important
what?
to support Karen
without any
Reed?
law enforcement
It was
presence,
it was
correct?
important to
I
support
was there
the
with
people
everybody, not just
that were
Brian Albert.
at the
And Brian
murder
Albert was in
scene.
the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had
Not
access to
investigate
them and
them?
others
Not
without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
find out
That's correct.
if they were guilty.
So they were all at the scene of the crime, like peeing in the snow. What in the actual hell is going on here?
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning,
How is this dude
did you
getting
call?
a check from the federal government right now?
Have you met the government?
Valhalla,
Oh,
have you met the government?
I think I might have called
They
Chief
send me
Berkowitz
a
back.
check.
so as soon as you
Well,
got
I
off the
mean,
phone with Brian Albert
Valhalla,
first thing in the
feel
morning,
okay.
the
He
next
was
call you made
probably
was
in
to Chief
logistics and planning.
is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
The only
I'll
true
allow it.
statement.
Is that
No.
what you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No,
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
no, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained.
That you texted her.
You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I had no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, that your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell
Do you
Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No,
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the chief of police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
no, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
There's no
You've been
reason
an
to tell them that
investigator
you were at
for
the scene
some
of a
15
potential
years and you were
murder
a firefighter years
6
before
hours
that,
earlier.
correct?
Yes.
Not important.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching
Please.
electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustain.
I'm getting angry now.
He works for the ATF. You think he's not aware that phone communications are important for investigating?
Yeah, and why can't they ask it?
What
that's
time do you
stupid.
believe
Again,
you
in
got
this
to Brian Albert's
government,
house that
no,
morning
I'm
when
not
after you
shocked.
received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time, but actually at any time.
No, not to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You're breaking. You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't ask to search it. They didn't ask to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just tipped off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way. No.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up.
Math.
People were in shock.
The math didn't make sense.
Right?
No.
Because they were going
You were all
off the
talking
math
within earshot
provided
of
by
each
the
other,
search.
right?
How long to die in the cold?
We were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were
Just what they were talking about, and they, all of them were just talking to try to make sense of it all. It wasn't because they were making a story. It was just because the math didn't math.
Well, I mean,
And-
how many Bud Lights did it take you to not see a dude in black on a white background? I mean, that's got to be like some kind of, well, inebriated algebra. I don't even know.
Yeah. Yeah, and why is no one calling Karen and say, "Oh, I just heard about John"? Karen texted him and saying, "John just died."
Not even a response. Not even a how. Not even a what happened.
No.
Y'all, does he
Nothing.
have a light guy liner on? Or have I just gotten so bored with this back and forth that I'm looking for stuff?
It looks like he has a slight little, just a hint.
Oh my gosh, if someone can meme him as Kiss person, that would be awesome.
Friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So
Exactly.
at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Miss Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of
Appeal
fact,
to morality.
you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access
Stop
to,
lying.
and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD,
Not
did
that
you
that
speak
couldn't
again
be,
to
not
Brian
that I
Albert?
don't think I was there that late.
I don't remember.
The records couldn't show that.
While you were at Canton PD, did
Yeah.
you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
You're turning into a skeptic.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Exactly. He knows everything that happened before it happened and forgot everything after.
It's amazing how that works.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
That's a stupid haircut, bro.
Yeah, it's the worst I've seen in a long time.
Maybe it's the angle we're seeing it from.
No,
I don't think so.
Because again, it starts like over here.
I'm trying to be nice to him because he's also obviously, was in the shorter bus.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes,
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
No, it's not. It's just a bad mistake from the barber.
I don't think it's a scar.
Yeah, and again, if he had a scar running over here, why does he still keep the sides like that? Just take it all off because she has like a little frizzy thingy.
Like that, sort of, but way more extreme.
Yeah.
It's like
By the
all
way,
the way
did
out to
Brian
here, though.
ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
You're
not
not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%, no.
You certainly were not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order Bates pages. It represents Bates pages 2850 to 30.
Yeah, that's why I don't get. They're always talking about. I called Berkowitz. Berkowitz wasn't acting chief at the time. He was at home, but he got really into this very fast.
Yeah, when you're looking from the outside, none of this seems like it was done by any procedure, even on like Velma, you know.
Oh, the bad TV show? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't even look like any sort of procedure was done. I mean, these guys seem worse than Reno 911.
Yeah. Maybe a dance-off would clear things up.
1-6.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Well, he hasn't had a drink in a long time.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronological. It's the second to the last page.
I have it.
One quick second.
Go faster. Go faster. Go faster.
Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I
Yes.
see it.
2 days now.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds.
I see it.
Access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said 2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
Just show it to him because this guy can't figure
This
out.
time's all over the place. My apologies. Okay. All right. Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sally Port. Yes.
2 bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side. Yes.
And then there's a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay. 2976. And what was the time?
Page,
Yes.
it's about
There's been a 27-second butt dial phone call without no one answering, and he doesn't know anyone could know. I don't butt dial. It was weird. And he even said butt dialing isn't possible.
maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes.
All right. And that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
Says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either enter into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question? Of course, of course.
Ugh. Come on, move it. I'm getting tired. Oh, we can speed this up.
For a little town, they sure have a lot of fires.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or emergency where you would actually use the siren.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swipe the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, etc.? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
that doesn't refresh your recollection.
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there,
Of
right?
course he did.
If-
And he
if
went
the
into
card
new
was
cars.
swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
Yes, you would have to swipe every time you left the secure door.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? This might be a little easier. Highlighted for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
That was rehearsed as shit.
Yeah.
He's practiced that line so many times.
Yeah, it's an emotional day. We have heard that so many times today.
Yes.
But it doesn't make him look any more truthy. Like, I don't have the background of knowing who this guy is, but the way he's evading and doing this, it just makes me scared that he is part of, a government office that will take things away from me with force multipliers if they don't like me.
It sounds like he'll probably be drunk when he does it.
Yeah. It's kind of like those Secret Service agents in Brazil who had a little fun.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
Completely plausible, Bad Duck.
Yeah. It's still better than her going forward 60 feet and backing up.
And then
Not a bad idea. Later, Ace.
may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton
X to
PD?
doubt.
No.
There's
all know
no
that, yeah.
way.
Yes.
There's no way. He hung out at Canton PD. There's a dead cop in Canton PD district. I guarantee you, everybody in that station was talking about it.
On Brian Albert's lawn, Kevin Alberts is in the station.
There's no way. No way.
All of them were talking. All of them was talking.
He's so full of shit.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was.
Answer that.
Okay.
Oh, he was waiting for an objection.
Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends. Yes.
And yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this. No.
And you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course, I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886.
Yeah.
Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
3:57 and 54 seconds, I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 358.24. Look at 357.54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 357.36.
Exactly, Denise.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 407.47.
Can I talk?
$407.47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
He know he's busted because he's up.
Denise,
And you're aware that that's
Denise
about-
Mayer brings up a great point. Where the hell did it go? I lost it. Damn it. She basically said something along the lines of there you go. If he doesn't remember having the calls, how can he say he didn't talk about the case? He's apparently made 37 phone calls that he can't remember making or the conversation thereof, but he knows none of it was about the case. Get the F out of here, bro.
90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see
Liar.
a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not, I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
I know it's because he's snarky
You
that
were in the
they
Sallyport the last
object,
time
but
you're logged into the Sallyport. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sallyport at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sallyport. We know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was
We all know
Chief
where you were
Berkowitz
at
in the
that exact
Sallyport at
time.
4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally,
Why are we moving
was he
through
there
things?
At 5:36 and 37 seconds.
He's not answering the
at the same
questions.
time
that's why.
Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered.
I don't remember.
Touche.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that. No.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, shut the barracks?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
I think he has mascara or some eyeliner on.
He looks like he's wearing eyeliner.
Yeah. And nothing wrong with that.
You didn't leave Canton PD until...
There's probably
close to
photos
6
out there of me in
p.m.,
eyeliner,
isn't that
I'm
right?
sure.
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
Baker,
I
you
don't
were
recall
there.
what time I left.
Yeah, that's the mouse ear.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were? or
I
you
don't
weren't?
believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from
Unless
the
you
Sally
can
Port
prove
garage
otherwise.
at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Section.
Sustained.
Yeah, he's almost my complexion now. He did get red.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz
Exactly.
indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why can't they ask
Did
about
you
that?
receive a
Why?
call at all without telling me what
Yeah,
the
I'm-
conversation consisted of around
That's because
6:12
Would
p.m.
be hearsay.
from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember
The
any
same
phone calls
day.
like that.
The day that John O'Keefe
Yesterday.
died.
Another call from Chief
Oh my
Berkowitz
God.
at 16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
No.
But you remember the amount of drinks you had the day before.
May I approach?
Yes.
Nobody checked the Jeep, Marissa.
No, but he was asked, did you hear from that one? So that would be
Entries
hearsay.
for 6:12, 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Oh, she left.
Hi, Jamie.
Are you
Hi,
referring to
Jamie.
the,
Heart you.
6:12 and 6:16.
okay, I see those, yes.
Oh, it's 4 o'clock.
Call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call.
Well, you have to remember, if the state wants to use it against you, Cellbrite is the most accurate data in the world. GPS data from your phone is the most accurate in the world. Your MyHeart, whatever, tracking is the most accurate in the world. The second you want to use it against the state, it could maybe sometimes work, probably not.
It's amazing how strong a piece of evidence can be when the state wants it to be. But if it's not helping their case, then it's clearly BS. What up,
That's how
Libby?
I think this is playing out.
Hey, Libby. Yeah, that's exactly how it is. I don't know.
I think that means you should move.
Yeah, probably open a window or close a window.
Something.
From Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
John, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Wicked Wookie. But hey, screenshots are allowed in evidence. You're right. The screenshots are perfectly acceptable.
Screenshots?
Cellbrite
Not-
data. Can't use that though.
No. There's a snake in your garden. Oh. Well, you know what to do.
Yes.
Douse it with chemicals and light it on fire.
Or, you know, fill in your pool, tear out your basement flooring, and sell your house.
Monty G, we
Seems
saw the text.
reasonable to me. Were there lice?
Not sexy.
'Cause
If that is
there's
sexy to
lice.
people, they need a
May I-
fire.
Yes, your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of
I got a website y'all need to
those
check out.
conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been. I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
There's no way those screenshots should have been entered into
Were you
evidence.
being
No.
provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No,
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
no, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Almost caught up.
That's just a false statement.
Yeah. Of course
No
he was
information. Even so we know that he got a text from Karen Reed saying that John was dead. That
Yeah.
in
We're not
itself
interviewing about this case
is
in any
some
formal
form
capacity
of
until 5 days
information
later,
on the
correct?
investigation.
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
Why objection?
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
Why can't he tell where he talked to him? Oh, Lally, you bleeding idiot. Why am I hearing car brakes? I don't know.
I'm just glad that I wasn't the only one hearing that.
Oh, yeah. I
I
mean,
was very
okay.
nervous.
I know. I was like,
Tinnitus is
maybe I
changing
do
a little.
need
That's
therapy.
weird.
Anytime you have to use a long-winded disclaimer to remedy the evidence that has been submitted, it probably shouldn't have come in to begin with.
No kidding.
Yeah, probably. I, as a SAG actor, have worn lots of eyeliner. What of it? Nothing, Devil Dog Cody, and I bet you look fabulous.
Could you help me do, twinsies for cat eyes? Because they are not even distant cousins.
Mo gets a cat eye and a goat eye when she does her makeup.
Pretty much, pretty much.
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
yes,
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words.
Some dude
about
is
what a
dead on
case
the front
is
lawn.
versus
It's not a
matter
case.
versus an issue. You
Sorry.
understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, is there a reason Why don't you go ahead and
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It was.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house. Yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD. Yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by? Can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD?
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, that's not what I was doing. No.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes. And that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it. Correct?
You had access to.
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
Legendary.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to formally, I'm sorry,
Well
to
done, sir.
personally
Well done.
inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other
Convenient.
proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he
related to the
found
case.
the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well-
Information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact.
He just.
But you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after that
Objection, Your
phone
Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement
Objection.
prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end part.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said
He
you don't
said that
recall
he didn't learn
entire
anything
thing,
about the
right?
investigation.
Not that portion. Not that
Yeah.
portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
Not 5 minutes ago, he said he didn't receive any information about the investigation. Now he's claiming that everybody's telling him the information. He didn't reach out and obtain it.
Yeah.
This is textbook amazing lawyering on Alan Jackson's part, and this ATF agent should immediately be removed from service and fired with no chance of ever getting a government job again.
Yeah, well.
So
he'll
what
be
you're
back in
saying,
the force in
Valhalla,
6
is he'll
months.
be the head of
Yeah, he'll run a department
ATF
in
by
about 3 months.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
He'll
Why
be
did you
leading an
say-
investigation on January
Listen, I didn't do
6th of
anything wrong.
2025, guaranteed.
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell
knows
phones
he's
and
screwed.
electronic
Yeah.
devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's a lie. You can answer
This
that.
man doesn't
Do I know how to get rid
English.
of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half.
Even I know
It could,
that.
yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a
He-
federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it
Sure,
correctly.
Daryl.
So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to
Oh, they
pull
better
things
have him.
off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. but
Why?
you've already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone. Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
Yeah.
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time.
Yeah.
And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option.
Stop being an idiot. This is just like Jen McCabe when she needed 11 seconds to think about a yes or no answer. You knew you could just give the phone to them and they can make an extraction. Stop being an idiot. It doesn't make you look good. Remember 4 hours ago we talked about those texts kind of look bad for Karen Reed? Anyone believes the jury still remember those?
No.
And to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously.
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see your notices.
Oh, come on, Bev. Are we ending for today already? Yeah, if they have him logging into a machine, which should be locked because it's a federal facility, there should be a data track of who used what at that facility.
Is anyone going to get him some aloe over the weekend? Because these are some heavy burns.
No, and again,
Dingus.
what? Why try to hide it? I just don't get it. Oh, they're sending the jury home. Well, it's 10:30, so. Hey, kitty.
No.
Oh, what's that face?
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back.
What's that face?
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back.
Oh, you are my regional woman interpreter.
Smugly
While we're doing
trying
that,
not to
counsel,
show
come
that
on
you're
back.
super excited because we have all the trash on him.
Yes.
Oh, did you
But
see how
you
wide her
can't
eyes
make
got?
that
too?
face in front of people.
Yeah.
You're like,
Alan Jackson just whispered something along the lines of, "We just got him to lie on the stand." Something along those lines.
and she's like, okay,
Oh, she's excited as hell.
poker face.
Look at
Yeah.
her.
I have a tuxedo kitty too, Mo. Love the white feet. Mine
Oh.
have white tea on her leg.
Yeah, he's supposed to get a whole lot bigger, and he has the greatest "I hate you" face in the world, and those were really my two big things.
You should meet Blue Dog. Blue Dog has the best. Why did you do that face?
Oh, Blue Dog's amazing.
And she can flip one of her eyebrows. She's just like laying there
Oh,
looking at you
cool.
when you do anything. Get up from your chair, sit down on your chair, move in your chair, say something. She
judges you.
Yeah.
May I ask the advocate to? Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we'd do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
The advocate? Is his lawyer gonna come in?
What in the actual? Is there a Fed lawyer coming in?
All of them have lawyered up in this case. Every witness has a lawyer. Almost.
I've never seen that before, especially when most of the witnesses are police officers. I've never seen lawyers for witnesses like we have in this case. A couple prison snitches here and there get a lawyer to come to court for them.
Yeah.
Those are the
please.
ATF agent and the police officers.
Let's end the day with something good.
We may as well use this time with
I
me
did.
asking counsel a question at sidebar.
Yeah, more time at the sidebar. Are we about to finish this? Is Brandon here? Are we ready, Brandon? It's Friday. It's Friday.
Is it about to be a fatality like in Mortal Kombat? They're like, we got the receipts, Karen.
Finish him.
Yeah.
Every club gets a union lawyer. Yeah, but I think everyone got their own counsel.
Well, even if they get a union lawyer, that being a witness in a case isn't a reason to have a union lawyer, right? Like there's a little more going on here. If you didn't notice,
What's this?
Altoids.
What's that?
Breath mints.
Oh,
Yeah. They need to bring back the cinnamon Altoids.
Ew,
Those were
stop
awesome.
it. Stop it.
Ew, mint.
Counsel,
has
why don't you
made
come
me
on
sick.
over, please? Mr.
Are they-
Conley?
Are they going back to sidebar?
If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask
Well, the
your
lawyer's
client,
confused as
or a
hell.
couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled CONNOLLY.
His name is William Connolly.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Outstanding.
The witness has
Outstanding.
indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, work in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think
course
it's
you do.
reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use
he's
his
going to
public
prison.
to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other
He's going to
words,
prison, y'all.
an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement.
Gonna do
That's a
shit
federal
about it.
offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know that there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in.
Why
Of course you aren't.
But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there.
Why is she
No.
walking the state
No.
through how to handle this?
It's never out of Bev's hands. Bev is the king of the court. Whatever the feds want to press charges happens after this. She decides if it's going to be let in or it's not going to be let in. Remember that Bev decides what evidence comes in. He can still be charged after, and it'd be really funny in the appeals case if he gets charged. But Bev is the sole decision maker on what evidence will be allowed in, and she just said, "I'm probably not going to bring it in." So just remember this. Bev is, and that's why this is a big problem, because she can just say, "No, I don't think that's important to know." It's an appeal issue, of course it is, and he can be in trouble with the feds after. But right now, Bev is the one who can tank the case.
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Yes, but that is highly unlikely. I know someone is saying as a federal agent in the courtroom, but I don't know.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back. Okay?
He's going to prison, y'all.
If they, deal with bad agents.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point.
I mean, this
She is
almost
too close to the case. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if she's
It's why
corrupt,
she was
but
given.
Go ahead.
It's why she was giving a letter telling her that by Levy. I don't know.
Levy? I'm not sure.
Levi.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
I love all your optimism. It's going to take about 2 minutes to get here, so, yeah.
Phone.
Do and match federal resources in the
Testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's
Oh, just made it worse.
What are you doing, man?
I tried to jump ahead and then I jumped back and then I jumped because
We need to see this part.
I know. I want to see him cry.
Kim, you and me both.
we have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood.
Brandon, I'm getting a beer.
Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR
Baker, move your mouse.
2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as
for,
to
quote, an
reading.
employee-
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an
Objection
employee,
as to reading.
I'm sorry, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone.
He's not even
which is
changing
the
the question. He's
text
just
that you
moving
transferred
on. He just wants the
That's what I
jury to
put in
hear.
it.
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And that's
correct.
what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Right.
Police.
So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
What'd you do with it?
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
Oh,
I had every right to do that.
no.
Threw
I asked
it.
you about your rights.
I threw it in the Atlantic
Asked you
Ocean.
what
I
you
didn't
did.
destroy it.
Objection.
I put
Sustained.
it
You
in,
destroyed
put
the
it in
phone.
cement
by
and buried
removing the SIM
outside.
card.
We used it for target practice.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not
you're going to prison,
take anything
bro.
else off it. But
I
if I was
just
going to
cut
throw
it
the
in
phone away,
half and
that's what I would have done.
You're going to
You
prison.
know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
No.
Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds. I think. You were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 23rd, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2022.
Objection.
You can't object to
I
that.
don't
He
believe that's
got
what the court order was. I think it's
Your Honor, I
was.
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
And Lally, your opinion is pretty much horseshit.
Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's the question. again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it
Oh, you
true in
knew.
another hearing, you explained
you knew.
that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I
amazing.
maintained the phone.
until you didn't. When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you
Did
throw
you
the?
pull the
Just
SIM
say
card
throw
out
it
of your
away.
phone, Mr. Higgins?
You just throw it away.
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You
It's,
testified.
it's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just
So
possible.
that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question.
Ooh, everybody's yelling.
Did you, Mr. Lally already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson?
Well,
All right.
He should
Folks,
be.
that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday.
Of course it is.
Have a
Of
great
course
long
it is,
weekend,
Bev.
Please, it's very important to
You
not
uppity
discuss
bitch.
this case with
Oh my
anyone.
God.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case,
She is absolutely the worst.
Tuesday will be a full court.
She is doing a great job of playing gatekeeper for the state right now.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Nothing will happen Monday. Tuesday will be the next day.
Alan Jackson, kudos to you, my good man.
Yes.
Get him.
All right, so I will see counsel at Sidebar. Tori, we're done with that.
Bev is going to be under federal investigation. Hope she ends up in custody. No, she won't. She will have. She will have nothing done to her. She will go on, have a great career as one of the best lawyers Canton Canton courts ever had, and everyone would love her and give her a nice going away present when she retires in 15 years' time. Nothing will happen to her. Nothing will happen to anyone other than when the appeal case come down, there might be some firework.
If there is an ounce of judicial justice in this country, Agent Higgins will end up in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he clearly manipulated a government-paid machine on his own time for his own purpose, which is illegal, especially for a federal agent. That's why he's on leave now. There's nothing ifs and buts about it. But Alan Jackson did the right thing. He just kept talking, and put it in the heads of the juries.
I don't like injustice, y'all. I don't like it.
She can't be removed as a judge, though. Yeah, but they probably won't do it. Val, I don't see a full beer glass. TikTok.
I need a full one?
Yeah, we're chugging a beer. So we do that every Friday.
Shit.
All right. I have my very watered down drink.
What are you drinking, Mo?
Let's see. I've got some whatever this guy is, and then a whole hell of a lot of clearly American because I don't buy clearly Canadian.
I'm gonna need a minute or two for the foam to go down on this.
Yeah, we do it when court is over.
Okay.
Oh God, they're never gonna be over.
Brand new one. Brand new one.
Don't know why you prefer a court martial over a phone. No, why are they fighting so hard against this? Yeah, you threw your phone away. It's not that hard.
Yeah, I guess I keep all my own phones, but I would never think to cut my SIM card.
Well, Cody, if you were around, I'd buy you a drink, buddy.
That was a whole lot of nothing we waited for.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Can we
that
take a
all know.
second and appreciate the farmer's tan that I have going? Do you see this? Oh my goodness, y'all. It is quite amazing.
I don't know what you did, Mo, but it looked amazing.
I was, yeah, believe me, I realized there is a tank top under here. It just doesn't look that way.
Oh, that does look very see-through.
Well, yes, that's why I wear a tank top under it.
No wonder your kids are telling the principal that you stream in the nude.
Yeah. When I'm eating peanut butter and graham crackers and you can see my, graham cracker or my peanut butter.
Goodness.
Well,
lady.
the day started weird, got weirder when we had to listen to their. I have more games than Brian Higgins, and I couldn't get laid with $1 million in a whorehouse. and still, I have more game than this fella.
Oh, those
But it
text
ended-
messages were so juvenile, y'all.
Yeah, she wouldn't say, "Yeah, I'd really like you to come check my dishwasher."
I mean, he's like question mark. Question mark. I was trying to be a good friend. Look, I was giving it to law enforcement. My dad has a New England accent. He can do it, but it's idea. And he's tried forever to not say that. And he's like, I have an idea. And I was like, you do? What is
An
that?
idea.
Am I your dear?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and yeah, they have that SIM card thing from somewhere because it's in the federal grand jury testimony.
He's
SIM
going to
cards hold
prison,
data. He knows it.
Well,
Yeah.
Valhalla, don't you take your old phone, take the SIM card out, which I don't even know how you do that. Go onto like an Indian reservation and a pet cemetery and, sprinkle the ashes around. Isn't that how you're supposed to do that?
It's not how I do it. No.
Dang.
In fact, I'm willing to bet that I could go around my house right now and find at least 3 or 4 old phones that are still here.
I want them to bring back the one with the actual keyboard on it because...
Ew.
A BlackBerry?
My hands are way too big for that. It didn't work.
Okay, I have very small hands, and I still manage to fat finger things on the iPhone, so I would just like them to bring back a keyboard. Thank you.
But amazing day again today. Nice to be back in the saddle. Thank you so much, Marissa, for taking care of it the last week while me and Val were playing Gravity Abbey in Tennessee. And
shout
Mo,
out to Marissa and Jamie for holding that down for us. We love you so much.
And thank you, Mo, for being here for so many days and helping them. And Brandon.
Yeah, Mo, you get a little credit too.
Well, I try. Just very little.
Are you ready, Brandon? He's going to yell at the second I'm done saying, oh, I wasn't ready because I was walking my dog in the kitchen.
I wasn't
with a
ready.
Happy Friday, all.
Happy Friday, y'all.
I spilled that. It's like Valhalla doing a Lagunitas IPA, my brand. Flavorful. Never heard about it. I like a good IPA.
It's got a lizard on it. It's okay.
Oh.
We can buy that Sierra Nevada here in Denmark. That's okay, but
it's pronounced
most
natty ice, Baker. You really want to get some natty ice, some natural ice. You can get 473 cans for $13.
Sounds like the best brand on the planet.
It really is.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he went to Otis Air Force Base in Cape Cod to depose his phone. With effort, every phone is a folding phone. Exactly. You're never ready. I'm sorry, James. Y'all are slow. That's funny.
You chugging?
No, my teacher said that to me in school a lot.
Well, so did Brian Higgins.
Yeah. The weekend. Yes, the weekend have landed. My kids are visiting tomorrow, bringing my car back, which someone drove into a hedge and scratched.
My kids are still inside of the electric fence that I built.
See, I wish I could do that for my kids. They get all judgy when you crate train your children.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was concentrated on your tank top.
Wait, does this mean I get to sell my bath water? Asking for a friend. I have a for-profit charity. It's called Mo's House.
Hey, if you can sell it, you should. Get that grift, girl.
It is my 401k plan.
There you go.
How is breaking your SIM card not destroying it? Well, it's just because you cut it up or broke it. It's not destroying it. Come on now. We all know that.
That dude contradicted himself so many times in his testimony today. I didn't receive any information about the investigation. I didn't make these phone calls. They called me and gave me information about the investigation.
Yeah.
Well, those two sentences don't align properly.
No,
sir.
it's kind of the same.
Right. I didn't destroy my phone. I just threw it away. Did you separate the SIM card and destroy it? I might have.
Yeah. And if I did, I broke the SIM card, but I didn't destroy it. How did he get on an Air Force base? He's a federal agent.
He's also a veteran, so he could have just shown an ID and gotten on.
Okay, but dear God, let him be the 75th line of defense past like wild cheetahs, the lion or the Tiger King bot.
Did you know there's more tigers in the state of Texas than there are in the entire wilds of the world?
Yeah,
think I
because
did
Texas
know
is a
that,
heavy
but that-
breeding spot for
Crazy.
Indian
Crazy.
tigers.
That's
How
why
did you not know
I
that?
have
That's
never gone.
that's 20 years since I heard that.
Yeah, Mo, keep up.
We're gonna check the revenue generation with Baker and Marissa. Well, I already paid Marissa a little some, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm
So
willing to bet
hopefully,
Marissa made way more money than you.
Of course she did, but
She's cuter than you.
she's smarter than I am.
Fair.
So yeah.
We should
But,
leave the stream to the girls more often.
We should.
We should.
Yeah.
It'll be called The Girls Just Want to Have Fun or Girl on Girl on Girl on Girl stream.
Oh, I like the second one.
I know.
I like
It's
the
a
second
single
one.
entendre. I'm good at
That'll
those.
be and then make it a members only so I can really make some dough.
I'm not
And I
doing
just love that
T6. Sorry.
both the Bryans just changed their phones the day before they got the order from court that they should preserve them. It happens.
Jariah, you haven't seen Baker in a tank top yet? He
They
will
have
occasionally
the-
wear a basketball jersey. It happens.
You're
I
right.
have on more than one occasion worn a tank top on The Experts Friday Night Live, which will happen tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern
Tonight.
Standard Time. It'll be his first Friday Night Live after all his Dollywooding. I think he's scaling it back a bit, trying some new wheels on the truck and doing all of that just to restart his show. The
Oh,
Dollywooding will be immense.
I haven't gotten a link yet. Does that mean I'm not going to be on tonight? Am I the
Do you
dial
get
back?
links?
Aw.
Sometimes. I used to.
Wait for experts, but to dial you and send you the link.
You know what? Actually, I was trying so hard to not talk about this earlier. Expert butt dialed me twice this week. So like the whole butt dialing isn't a thing. He did it twice this week. One time he heard me when I was like, "Hey, yo." The second time he didn't. And I just had to listen to a conversation for like 10, 20 seconds before I realized he wasn't talking to me at all.
What was it that
Mr.
time
Mo
where we
does that all
really
the time.
talked badly about you?
Not that I heard. Not that I heard.
Oh, we didn't do that.
Oh, thanks.
Uh,
Thanks.
uh,
I'm so sad.
what did you mean by not getting a lick, or did you mean a link? It's a link.
I said link, I think. My voice
Yeah.
is shot, y'all. It's still shot.
There's a reversal of the upward revenue trend. What side are you
What?
looking at my revenue?
Are you on what's that one channel?
Social
I don't know.
Blade?
Social Blade, yeah, that one.
No, Social Blade
do
just
I know
shows you
that and
your
you guys don't?
average earnings for the year.
I think it gets more in depth than that, doesn't it?
I
I
don't
think
know.
you can get down to like looking at individual streams and shit on Social Blade.
No, that's not that. The
Revenues.
one that's
Maybe legendary, maybe.
I don't know. Playboard.
Playboard? Never heard
Yeah.
of it.
Me either.
Well,
Oh, expert knows too.
yeah, of course they're sitting there. It's because I don't make enough, so I can pay for them to tell me how much I make.
I wasn't gonna admit to that on the internet. I was on that phone for like 5 minutes listening, y'all.
Yeah.
What the hell are they talking about?
Oh, that sounds interesting. Why is the white rabbit yelling with her eyes? I can hear it through the phone.
It's amazing the talent that woman has.
When I came out of,
look.
I went into a gas station, bought a moon pie milk, came out, and she turned the car off and looked at me and said, "You don't like my moon pie, but you're gonna drink moon pie milk." And I said,
White Rabbit,
"I'm sorry."
scary, y'all. She's scary as hell. She's one of my favorite
yeah.
people on the planet, but she's scary.
I only read super chats that come in on his channel. No, I normally pull up Valhalla's as well. Didn't I pull yours up? Marissa, I liked it better when Big and Valhalla was dual streaming. I was hoping to see Derringers.
Derringers?
No,
Is that a
this is
single
not a 2 beer
entendre?
Friday because it's 11 o'clock and I really need some sleep. Yeah, moon pie milk, you can get that at gas stations. It's great.
It sounds horrible. I'm not going to lie.
No, I don't.
Sounds like one of the signs of the apocalypse.
Right.
It tastes like
Later,
you need
Cody. Thanks,
a
brother.
personal phone call with Wilford Brimley right after.
Well, my inner fat kid is saying, I'll try it though. I mean, it sounds gross, but it has sugar.
Hey, I'll try anything once.
I tried to get the banana pudding milk. They didn't have that, so I bought strawberry milk, and then I forgot it in the fridge.
Valkyrie's in chat. Hey, baby. How you doing? Weigels? All right.
Hello.
That's Mrs. Valhall.
It is awesome.
It sounds disgusting.
I'd
It's
rather
good.
have milk and a moon pie, but not it kind of liquefied.
Yeah, Rob Milk, we are done for today. We're just well, I hope you like it.
Strawberry milk's good.
Yeah, but so I was trying to say 30 minutes ago. My kids are coming tomorrow, so no stab your day. No Monday court, Tuesday court. I don't think Wednesday, Thursday, Friday court. So I will be looking up some recipes so I can use my new measuring devices I got from Legendary, and those Monchino cherries that I got from Food Fairy.
Maraschino.
That's what I said. And if I'm not too sleepy, I'll try to get enough sleep over the weekend so I'm back on full schedule. I might do a stream over the weekend now. I'm canceling Stab Your Day. Follow me on X, follow me on Discord.
Yes.
Do all the things. Show Mo some love. Show Valhalla some love.
I have a stream tomorrow, Lego stream. Me and MLS and Wendy H are going to talk about Dollywood and do just kind of a short Lego stream tomorrow night.
It's gonna be cock-a-doodle dandy.
It's gonna be fun, y'all. It's gonna be fun. I got videos that I'm gonna debut.
You told me those were private.
Not those videos, bro. Shh.
All right, now y'all gotta cut your SIM cards and put your phone in a blender.
Valhalla has a military ID. Next time I'm over there, we go into an army base and dispose phones.
Facts.
Just sprinkle SIM cards.
The rest of you, keep a close eye on your phones and don't misuse government material on private games.
I gotta pee so bad. Brandon drinking beer. Oh my
God.
God.
I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got that against the man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.